Okay. Um, I think I'm here. Going. Um, I hope you all can hear me.
You allowed to make political statements on this?
Probably not. I mean, depends what you mean by political. If we're talking about the politics of the RPG world, then maybe.
I'm
Um.
not.
Anyway.
I don't think anybody wants to hear my political views.
Hey, we have two people here. Can someone in chat tell me if they can hear everything?
What if it's us? One of us.
I mean, it could be.
I'm one of
Yes.
them.
It's entirely possible. All right. Anyway, we're just gonna go for it then. So for anybody who is here, welcome, even if it's just you guys. This is our first stream for this. So it's good. Thanks, Chris. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead around, and we'll introduce ourselves. We can go in the order of everybody that's in Roll20. I think that's the same for everybody, right? So we'll start with Brack. Say who you are and who your character is, and then I'll go last.
All right. I'm. Gosh, well, who am I? I'm
Oh,
Chasik.
good lord.
I'll be playing Brack. He is a Balteshi doctor and conscripted poacher who finds himself in this strange world. He's a real no-nonsense sort of guy, and that's all I have to say about Brack.
Fantastic. I have Mathos next.
What do you want from me?
Your name and who your character is.
Your gamer tag.
Your gamer tag.
Okay, yeah. Hawkeye
Sorry.
4124. I am Mathos, and I'm not a pirate.
Great. Fwit.
Yeah, I'm Guy Fox 88, and I'm playing Fawit, who is a faithful of Fartir. Pretty much means she's a political assassin.
And Zahida.
I'm your local N7. I am playing Zahida, a very young, untested warrior who's sort of taken on the mother hen role of the group.
Which I find hilarious.
That's debatable.
Says the pirate.
Not a pirate.
And Orn.
I'm Imo Ginger, and I play Orn, a Traxic soldier.
Fantastic. I am the Wraith, and I am the GM. We also should make mention, we do have a token here for a character named Iridia, who
sucks.
Who was being played by Redline, and he is unfortunately unable to join us. So we will be continuing on. And that's about it. So let's get right into it. So after you guys left off last time, you had just been checking in with Rickless, the lieutenant, or newly lieutenant of the town guard here, who you've had some previous dealings with. In some cases more so than others with some of you, Mathos. And you guys were with him checking in with his town of New Water Nest, where there was lots of things going on. You had just come here in your ship, this the Horizons of Infinite Correlation, this enormous, basically floating city of a ship, and had rescued the next town over of Third Shoulder, and had loaded all your people on board to save them from basically an invasion there. And so now you were here checking in with this city, and they were concerned about that, as well as a group of people from the Ebon Armada, who is a sort of pirate faction that you had been dealing with a bit, who are not good people. and they have some people sort of infiltrated into the structure of this city, and that was kind of coming to a head here. So the immediate thing we left you off with last time was you were with Rickless. Do you remember what you guys were talking about specifically with him?
I was trying to get him to come work for us.
Mathos was trying to get him to work for you guys, and
made a very dramatic exit.
He did make a dramatic exit, so he wasn't necessarily super keen on that, but there was maybe something there. Who knows? And then someone had come running in, letting you know that something had happened to Lelish, who was a contact you had met here before in New Water She was an official up in the structures of the government here, and had apparently been at some kind of secret something or other. And this guard had come back and said that something had gone horribly wrong and that they needed to go figure it out. So immediately, Rickless sort of shouts some orders and starts running, and turns back to you all and asks, "So, are you coming or what?"
Depends, are you?
I'm here doing my job. Lelish needs our help. If you want to help, you can help. If not, leave.
Are other guards already leaving?
Yeah, they're like in motion.
Brack is with them.
Okay, already going.
Of course, we're helping.
Fucking rock.
He gives you a look that's, you can see sort of, he's been very, very tired here, and that's very clear on his face. But he gives you there's a little bit of that actual gratitude in his eyes for that. And
I make eye contact and slightly nod.
It's very good. That's a good moment. Iridia sort of hesitates a little bit, and because she is with you guys, and she, as you guys are all running off, she says, "I'd rather not get splashed in the face with acid again, so I'm gonna go back and check in and see if I can get you guys some help, and get some reinforcements. We'll be on the way.
Please don't drink all the booze."
I do what I want, and then she runs off. So you guys are running through the streets, and following this haggard-looking guard who had come back and run through this. Eventually, you end up over here in the Mummers Quarter, and you, just as a reminder, this section of town is very lots of like close-in buildings. It is very late at night here, but there are probably still people out on the street, kind of partying a little bit and doing that kind of stuff, and drinking and boozing. There's some like people playing music on street corners and that kind of thing. It's very late night kind of festive atmosphere that sort of seems to be always going in this area. But you guys find yourselves following up to this building, kind of in this sort of back alleyway-ish. And as you get closer and closer to this building, it's sort of grouped in with a whole bunch of other buildings, like I said, sort of back in this kind of alleyway. And as soon as you start approaching the area, you can tell that this is the place you're looking for, because there are quite a number of bodies kind of strewn relatively gruesomely kind of all over the place. There's a fair number of what look like the sort of more fancier outfitted guards from what you would expect in the sort of the commuters kind of guard. So people that would have been, you would assume, kind of with Lelish. And you also see a small handful of what you would guess would be Armada people kind of strewn about. What Rickless kind of runs up and sort of like kind of half stops in his tracks seeing all this, and then picks back up again and sort of rushes in, sort of shouts some orders to some people to sort of form a perimeter, and to sort of keep an eye out. And he goes in. What are you all doing?
The Armada guys are like strewn about, like they've already been taken care of, basically.
At least the ones you can see here, yeah. There's probably a smaller, so less of the Armada people here than the Equerry Guard.
Well, we probably follow the lieutenant.
All right, so you guys head inside. This building here that's sort of more towards the kind of dingy side, but it has sort of nice kind of touches to it that you would expect in this kind of, kind of artsy-ish, kind of bohemian neighborhood, both literally and figuratively here speaking. But the inside, you see more of the same kind of thing. There are sort of bodies sort of strewn about. There's limbs that have been hacked off and whatever. But inside, you see Rickless and a couple others sort of looking through bodies. And so far, they haven't been able to find Lelish specifically. But if there's anything you guys want to sort of look around in here and see what you can find, or whatever else you guys want to do from here. Who's got ideas?
I'd like to use hunt and track and see if I can figure out if I can pick up on the trail.
I'd like to discern reality.
Okay, great.
At the same time.
Let's start. So Mathis, you're doing that kind of in nice.
I didn't mean to do that.
So you're doing that inside the building here, Mathis.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? So what kinds of things are you sort of doing to be looking? Sort of paint me a little bit of a picture here, and then we'll check in with you, Brack.
I'm just going to kind of study, I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily say a crime scene, like a battlefield-ish.
Yeah, somewhere
What
between the two.
and try to pick up on, maybe what started this, or where Lelish could have gone.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what happened here recently.
So yeah,
what here is useful or valuable, and maybe what here is not what it appears to be.
Okay, great. So you rolled an 11 on that. So that's the full success. So yes, you get 3 questions there. So what was the first one you said?
What happened here recently?
Happened here recently, yeah. So we'll sort of step by step through this. So you see kind of in the center of the room that this all kind of happened is kind of what you can guess is sort of the epicenter of this, is a kind of kitchen-like area with a table, and you so you find some kind of I suppose there's a few papers and sorts of things, but what you can kind of gather that there was some kind of meeting that took place at this table, and that was kind of interrupted by, you can see some sort of breaking and entering type things towards a back entrance. There was a big sort of forceful entry and a big scuffle, and then sort of some murdering started. So that is kind of what went on. What was your second question?
What here is useful or valuable to me?
Okay, so the immediate things that are useful for you here are sort of is information, right? That's kind of what you're kind of going for.
Yep.
So I think you're able to sort of discern what kind of direction an exit was made, because you can tell that there were that after this, whatever happened in this sort of meeting, that it then kind of spilled out the front, which is where some of that more kind of killing stuff happened, and you so you can see the sort of direction of how that happened. You can see a couple of I think you can find a couple of like feathers, as Lelish is a Velmiri, which is a sort of feathered kind of amphibious type creature race species. So you can find a couple of feathers strewn about to sort of indicate some sort of struggle there, and that it spilled out on the street, and you're able to sort of find the direction that they ended up taking out.
Okay. So in that case, since I learned that with my second, can I kind of alter my third a little bit?
Yeah,
And does
yeah,
it
of
have
course.
to be specifically off that list of questions?
Yes, generally, but if you're looking for some kind of specific
So if I want to kind of lean on the rules a little bit and take what should I be on the lookout for as more as which way should I be on the lookout to?
Yeah, okay. So what I can give you there is, so they definitely went sort of out, and then you can tell the direction of the street that they went down. I don't think you'd be able to find sort of or discern what exactly they're going towards from there.
But I can tell which way they're going.
But you can tell which way they went, basically, and be on the lookout for. Oh, and so part of the thing in what to be on the lookout for is from the amount of you can see footprints in blood spatters and that kind of stuff. It looks like there's still a good amount of Armada people that have escaped here. So it's still a reasonable sized group that you will be finding, basically.
Cool. With that information, I'm going to tell the group we need to go this way and like right now.
Great. Okay, so then, so Brack, you want to kind of lead this, the pursuit here?
Yeah. Before I do that, are there any archers on the ground?
Dead, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you looking for something specific?
I just realized that I only have one.
Ammo.
Yeah, I only have one ammo
bow.
left. I haven't had time to, we haven't had time to go shopping or anything.
Yeah. No, I'll give you another one ammo that you can sort of scrounge together from some of the guards here. That enough of them had some arrows. I don't know that all of them would be completely ideal. If you're looking through, some of them might be broken and stuff, or some of them might be weird. Armada ones you're not used to or something. But yeah, I'd say you can scrounge together like one.
They have antlers on them.
They definitely have antlers on them.
Got 'em.
That you can scrounge together one ammo's worth of.
I'll take that.
Yeah, great.
And then, boop.
Get that hunt and track. So you rolled a 7 when you follow the trail of clues left behind to passing creatures. So you follow the trail. Creatures trail until there's a significant change in its direction or mode of travel. So you immediately, and Rickless sort of comes around with you. I think he leaves like a couple people here to sort of look after more of what's been going on, since everyone's kind of in a rush right now. But he and the bulk of the guards, and I'd say this is probably because this is just sort of stuff he was able to sort of call over from the area of where he was in the guardhouse. So this is probably like 5 or 8 guards or so, and I mean had sent for to alert more people, but they would be on their way a little later. So those are the guys that are with you. They come marching after you, and Rickless is willing to kind of defer to what you're chasing after here because he trusts your skills. I think the only thing he sort of looks at you and says, "You sure you can track this through a city? It seems like you're more of a wilds."
I
That was
I think
rude,
without-
Reckless.
without really taking much time to respond to him, I just think I would probably breathe out something about prey is prey and keep moving.
Fantastic. So you're chasing through the streets, and like I said, there's still enough people out here that it's not terribly difficult to find some kind of a path. As there's, like I said, there's also a decent-sized group of people here. I think you would probably guess there's probably somewhere in the area of like 15 to 20, maybe more, maybe less, of these people, the Armada people that you're chasing here. So you're able to track some, sort of bloody footprints and some broken things and some toppled over people and that sort of thing that you would expect a group sort of running through the streets of this small, windy, alleywayed neighborhood. So until there's a significant change in its direction or mode of travel. So you eventually get led, as you're following these tracks, toward some kind of like stable, basically. I think it's attached to an inn or something like that, but some kind of like stable that was housing a bunch of mounts, animals. Like, I don't know if they have horses or not, but there's probably some birds and some other weird things. Probably some of them have antlers. I don't know.
It's your world, man.
And you see that they kind of crashed through this area, and basically the trail kind of splits here. You see what looks like some people on foot going off in one direction, sort of down the street one way, through over towards an alleyway or something, and then you see the sort of clear signs of these mounts, sort of large animals barreling through the streets in another direction.
Are there any other animals left in the
Um,
in this
I
place?
will say that there are two animals left over, and the innkeeper has kind of come out. It's this sort of older, I think it's an older Hothenboren man. So he's got the animal arm on his left, and he's like they're talking back and forth between each other, between the person head and the animal head on his arm, and sort of arguing a little bit. And one of the animals in there that's left is looks to have some kind of like broken leg or something. But I think there's one other animal that it's in reasonable shape.
Yeah.
So I run over to the animals, and just really quickly start asking them if they saw the group that came through, and I describe Lelish to them and ask which group took her.
So you, because you can talk to animals, that's the thing you can do.
I can talk to animals.
So I think the one that has the broken leg, I should probably decide what these things are. This is
Horses with antlers.
horses with antlers. We'll say the one with the broken leg is just a horse. We'll be plain about
Just
that.
ugly moose.
Beautiful. And you don't get a whole lot from this animal because they're just like internally screaming about their leg being broken, and all that. So they're kind of in state of shock and just sort
Did
of
it just happen?
babbling things. I mean, not terribly long ago. I mean, like within probably like a half an hour or something.
Oh, so like they broke this thing's leg and then ran off.
Yeah, well, I mean, they came through and broke through. So this is the
Thought
sort
there
of
was just like a lame horse in there.
no, it got injured
been-
in yeah.
For months and months screaming about its leg in horse language.
And the other one in there is a kind of like a large bird that's got big fancy feathers, relatively similar to actually a type of mount that you would have back in Tandara. So something that's not like super foreign and weird to you. But it's got lots of fancy colorings and probably looks a little bit different, but you, I think it is still in some manner of bewilderment. But you're asking. Give me a picture of what exactly you are doing, so you can hear the
Okay.
the horse thing kind of screaming and all that.
Okay, so it's screaming, so I'm not paying attention to it.
Sure.
It's not my go-to. I think I would run over to the other one and say, a group of creatures came through here. If you can tell me which group took, and then I describe Lelish to it, I say, then I will bring you the finest food in all of the city. The finest feed in all of the city.
Its eyes sort of like half light up a little bit as it's sort of it's still in this kind of slightly shocked state, but it goes as you described Lelish. It says yes, feathers. I have feathers. Feathers. And you can see it sort of like twitching its head a little bit, sort of like thinking and like scratching at the ground. And he says, it's hard to see so much breaking. I think feathers on foot.
Normally I would say that Bracklike would pet it and tell it good job, but I don't know the
Do you
yeah.
mount?
Yeah. I don't know the deal. So I think he would say something like, "Thank you. I will not forget my oath to you," and then runs off. and yells to the rest of the group, follow the ones on foot."
All right, I'm making a note that you promised this bird feed.
Side quest.
Okay. So you all go running off after the ones on foot. Does anybody go off after the other ones, or are you all going in the same direction?
I mean, we probably shouldn't split the party again, right? That didn't really go so well last time.
Correct.
Great. So you guys go chasing after. I think Rickless sends. How many did you say he had? Like 8, 6, 7.
All of the above.
All of the above.
All of those added together.
I think you said 8.
8. Okay, so I think he sends 5 of the soldiers after the direction of the mounts to go check that out and make sure, because I don't know that he completely trusts the fact that you apparently just spoke to a bird.
Deal with it.
And so you guys run off.
Rickless is a player hater. We all know it.
So are you continuing to track here then?
Yeah. Do I need to roll again?
I think you would roll again. Yes.
Oh, let me get.
And if anybody else,
Oh,
yeah.
woo!
Nice job.
That is a 13. If anybody else has anything else that they're having ideas for just sort of doing in here, just shout it out and let me know.
You just tell me when I need to punch something, and I'm ready.
Okay, so on a 13, you follow the creature trail until there's a significant change in its direction or mode of travel. Also, choose one. Which of those would you like to choose?
I would like to gain a useful bit of information about our quarry.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's see. Is there anything you might be looking for in particular? trying to think what I can give you here.
How many?
Yeah, I think number
Specifically,
definitely.
how many? Yeah. Okay. So I think the exact number is kind of hard to pin down because of like I said, sort of in that sort of 15 to 20 area. But the I think you can probably get closer towards the 15 side from what you can see here. I mean, at least
Wait, it's still 15 to 20. There isn't.
This is as you sort of track this down, you can see a larger group. I mean, it's hard to say if there were any others that split off in the other group, but from what you can see, especially on such a good roll, I think you're able to tell that the at least the bulk of the group is this way. So you're talking about that sort of 15 area. I think in this you can also sort of get the idea. That there are at least a good handful of these that are sort of moving lightly and quickly on their feet. So if you at all remember the time you sort of went and sort of saved that whole treaty thing that you found those infiltrators that the Armada had sort of snuck in.
Yeah, didn't Fawit like chop a bunch of hands off or heads off? Or
Yeah,
something?
chop some hands off and stuff.
We really spanked him.
Yeah,
pretty thoroughly.
You did do that. But you would guess that you've got at least a couple of sort of those type in this group. You can definitely see some sort of bigger, heavier things as well. You can see at least one fairly large, sort of like what you would guess would be a more sort of heavily armored figure in the midst of this. So it is kind of a
or just someone carrying a Lelish.
Or someone carrying a Lelish. Yeah, and I think as you're tracking this, you do get a couple more. You can see some feathers being dropped. At this point, it might even be a case where you can find or you can maybe guess that she's like leaving these specifically, kind of a thing. That she's aware enough that she's leaving a bit of a trail for you.
So what I'm hearing is +1 forward to all future hunt and track rolls for finding Lelish.
Well, I don't know about that, but Mathos, also don't forget to you get the +1 forward when acting on the answers from that. I always forget that on the Discern Realities, but if any of that can be construed to giving you a +1 in some situation, I will hear an argument for it. So you keep tracking these through the Mummer's Quarter here, and eventually you find yourself sort of getting closer and closer to this. There's like a gate out here at the end of this road, and you sort of find yourself getting towards that area, and you're kind of traveling here through along the wall, so at this point you're sort of able to guess that they're heading towards the gate, it does also look like you might be gaining on them a bit. And they're sort of getting closer because they're having enough of these scuffles and trying to sort of get this large group of people through the streets and everything, that you are gaining a little bit of ground on them. So you get close enough that you're getting towards this gate, and I think as you get, you're sort of coming through these alleys, you're about to come out more towards sort of a little square over towards the gate, and as you're sort of running over that way, you can hear some noise over towards the direction of the gate, And as you're running through this alleyway, you're all sort of like running through with this guard, and Fawit, you get the distinct feeling that you are about to run straight through an ambush, because you are the one that cannot be surprised.
Nice. It
and-
comes good.
In these sort of milliseconds, you are the only one that is able to.
Hang on, can I? Is this where I can use my +1 to also determine I would not be surprised?
No, I don't think that applies here because Fawit, can you read the move that you have there, Fawit, for this?
All right, so it's called Shoot First, and it literally just says you are never caught by surprise. When an enemy would normally get the drop on you, you act first instead.
So this is the kind of thing. This is the kind of thing that as you're running through this alley, your sort of hair stands up on the back of your neck or whatever, and you hear some like shuffling or something in like a doorway in the side of the alley or something, and that your instincts tell you that there are like basically people about to jump out, and sort of crash into the side of your party, sort of running through this alley.
So yeah, I'll yell out ambush, and then
I tell no one. I let them all die.
EPK for stream.
is there like
Chris, you're welcoming bots in Twitch.
Yeah.
Don't care.
It's great. It's great to have bots.
Although I don't think electrical longboard is a bot. Hello. Hi, Joe.
What's up? Great. Fawit, what's up? What are you doing?
So yeah, well, obviously I'm gonna warn everybody, so we'll yell out like ambush or something like that. Can I get like any sort of idea of like where maybe most of the noise is coming from, or is any noise coming from anywhere close?
Yeah, I think there's noise coming up from sort of the square, kind of little square towards the gate in front of you. That's so you guys are sort of in an alley sort of way in this area. The gates out here, that's where you hear some kind of noise going on. But in terms of the ambush noise, as you're running down this alley, you're sort of running past sort of these low doors and little kind of windows and houses that are bordering the alleyway here, and you, as you're sort of running through, you hear and can tell that there's at least a couple people ready to sort of that are in the process of bursting out through the doors, windows, that are going to sort of crash right into the side of your party here.
All right. So yeah, I'll warn everybody, and then I'm trying to see if I have any good moves for this.
Just a reminder that each of you have a +1 armor against magical attacks.
Ooh, that is a good call. Thank you.
Because I have Bone Ward, so.
Okay, I'm gonna jump to the nearest window. Because I'll remind you, I have a move called Cat's Grace, which allows me to jump 3 times my height and fall without harm.
As you do. So you're jumping up to like a second floor window? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Luckily,
like a second.
I'm 10 feet tall.
I was realistic. I think she's like 5'8". Yeah, like jumping up to like a second floor window or something like that that's open.
Okay. And what's your intention here? Are you just like getting out of the way?
I'm trying to get out of sight so I can possibly do some surprising myself.
He's setting up his own ambush.
Okay, that sounds like a move to me in order to sort of get out of the way and get that kind of stealth basically. Does that make sense?
Do you want to go for Defy Danger?
That sounds like a Defy Danger to me. And then I would assume that you're doing that with Dex. That's what that kind of sounds like.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'd like to succeed on it, so it'll be Dex.
Okay. You rolled a 9. So you stumble, hesitate, or flinch. The GM will offer you a worse outcome, hard bargain, or ugly choice.
Okay.
Runs right into the door.
So as you, the picture in my head here is, that you're sort of like jumping up to the side and sort of like pushing a foot off of the wall of one thing and sort of like, you know, parkouring up to the window.
Yeah.
So, I think, let's see, because you want the stealth. So I think the way this works is as you're sort of making that jump to this second floor window, you sort of, you know, jump up to the right and push off and sort of aiming towards a window up on the left. As you're flying sort of through the air here, you see a pair of eyes looking out through one of the windows, and then see another pair of eyes where sort of farther down to the left. So in this window, you can see that there is a large Hothenboren that looks angry and is an Armada guy. So basically, you can either sort of continue and crash through that way, or you can try and sort of modify your jump a little bit, which I think will, let me check. I think you'll take a little bit of damage for it, but you'll get into like another window, basically, that you will then be able to sort of be kind of hidden in the chaos enough to be able to sort of get that stealth that you're talking about. So this will be, just for full disclosure here, this will be a D4 damage that you're taking if you choose the stealth.
Or
you
I'll
can
take the damage.
Okay,
I'll take damage.
great. I am going to roll dice in real life here because it's fun. Great, so you will take 1 damage, and that I think is going to ignore armor because you're sort of crashing through, you know, like a shuttered window or something. So a lot of it's like, you know, blunt force, and that kind of stuff. So you are in a you sort of crash through a window, and you are in a bedroom. There's maybe people sleeping that are woken up, but you know, able to keep them quiet enough that they aren't like screaming and giving away your position. Great, and that's the action you get to take. So now what happens? Give me like an order of where you guys kind of are in this alleyway, just so we can get a picture of sort of what's going on here. So I'm assuming Brack is at the front.
Yeah, the perfect place for your archer.
Yep.
I would be right behind him.
Orn is right behind him. Anybody else have any ideas of where they would be in this line?
If
or
Orn's at the
group?
front, I would probably take the back.
The back, okay. Mathos.
Sneaking down a side alley.
I'm not even there.
I have disappeared. I mean, if you want to do that, we can do that, but that's going to be sort of after you get surprised here. If you want to sort of break line of sight, so we'll get there. But where are you kind of? What's your starting position? Because you all are being surprised here.
In mid throw of a smoke bomb.
He's been throwing him every 5 feet as we've.
No, I guess
Somewhere in the middle.
I would be somewhere near the front, since I was the one that started this whole chase.
Okay. So I'll I'll have you kind of. So basically, it's Brack and Orn and Mathos sort of up in the front, and then you've got Rickless and the three guardsmen here in the middle, and then Zahida bringing up the back. Okay, great. So, as you're sort of running through this alley, like I said, sort of crashing, all of a sudden from the right side of this alley, there are three people that come sort of jumping through windows and a door, and they are these guys. That come jumping through, and they have weapons out, and they are jumping at the front of this line. So that is at Brack, Orn, and Mathos here, and just sort of basically at the same time, then you see from the right side, up on the second floor, there is one Animancer up on the second floor that is kind of getting a view out to sort of start slinging some spells at you guys, and there's also one on the first floor where they just came out from. And then there was the big Hoffenboren kind of like armored tough guy that Fawit saw, who sort of yells both from their person mouth and from their animal mouth on their left arm, and jumps out of this window and is jumping straight down into basically Rickless and the three guards. So who wants to do a thing, or if you need a reminder of what all is going on right now.
Can I just use defend on Brack?
Sort of like Mathos and Brack. I think you guys are close enough that I can justify that kind of applying to. Great. Standard defensive person, roll an 8, so you hold 1. So let me know when you want to trigger that.
Okay.
Basically. That...
Now, does that give me my Constitution? Or no?
What does your Constitution thing say?
It does say +3. No.
Read the move to me?
Okay, never mind, it worked. We're good, sorry.
Yes, that does include it includes your modifier.
Great. Okay. Who else? Brack and Mathos. What's going on is you have basically these three sort of infiltrator types that are sort of bursting out at you, and one we'll say that the Animancer up on the second floor is aiming towards you guys, and the Animancer on the bottom floor is aiming towards the group in the Rickless and the guards in the middle.
I would like to volley.
I was just saying, I know what I want to do.
Okay. So Brack, if you're looking to shoot arrows, you are basically people are jumping out ready to in the process of attacking you. So
But they're near, right?
No, near is where is my range tags? Near is it's useful for attacking if you can see the whites of their eyes, as opposed to far, which is for something in shouting distance. So near and far are range tags.
Right.
Hand, close, and reach are the hand-to-hand range tags.
Can I retreat far enough that I can? That I
Yeah,
can
if that's
safely...
what you want to do, then that's making a basically a defy danger move to sort of get out of the way of what's going on here.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Great. Let's see that defy danger.
Get my +1 forward off of here. Don't need that.
Is that that's that Dex? I'm guessing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
That's my speciality. Wow. There's some XP.
Excellent.
It's apparently not your speciality.
Shut up.
Mark that XP. So you try and sort of dodge out of the way. Orin, I will let you, if you choose to do what you want to do here.
Half the damage.
Half the damage is what you want to spend that hold on?
Yep.
Okay, so you have no more hold. So I think at least so one of these infiltrators is getting straight at you, and the animancer upstairs I think is also sort of getting in on this here. So you are going to straight up take where is my damage here? This guy. So you're going to take 5 damage minus your armor.
4 damage.
Oh, sorry. That needs to be halved. So
1 damage?
So 3 damage minus armor.
Is it magical?
It part of it is. What's the thing on that again?
Oh, hold on. I'll just put it in the. There you go.
Plus your
It's
armor.
not actually. It's not actually. I don't know why it always has a roll on it. It's not a roll.
There should be a way that you can like click. Okay, great. So nearby have +1 armor against magical attacks. So you so 2 damage minus your armor.
1 damage.
So 1 damage total. So picture here's the sort of the way this happens. So the animancer up in the 3rd floor, or sorry, the 2nd floor, sort of, you know, does his little hand wavy things, and this sort of like claw looking thing just sort of like rips through the air towards you.
The claw.
The claw. And one of these 3 infiltrators sort of jumps out straight at you. Orn, you're able to sort of like catch him with the corner of your shield that you're just sort of able to sort of whip out in time. And so he gets sort of like clipped by that and starts kind of like spinning a little bit as he's like kind of jumping at Brack as he's trying to sort of get away. But he is able to sort of get a knife at you, and the animancer is sort of like animancy claw that comes towards you. You weirdly see this kind of quick pulse of energy that sort of like shoots, kind of flashes over from Zahida. And sort of like hits it midair and sort of like disperses it a little bit, and it sort of makes this big like flash of sparks and stuff. And Zahida, I'm assuming that's kind of like a reflexive thing that happens.
It's just always on. So
yeah,
it probably just like comes from her bracelet or whatever.
The bracer, yeah. Sweet. So you end up taking a total of 1 damage, but you are basically as you try to sort of get out of the way, this infiltrator that's sort of like flying through the air kind of crashes into you, and basically hits you and sort of pins you against the far wall underneath of his weight, basically. Mathos, what's up?
Okay. This might be a stretch. Usually is. So I want to kind of see this as I'm not even breaking stride.
Mm-hmm.
As I pull a smoke bomb out and throw it How many people are standing in the alley with us now? There's 3, and then 1 up in a window.
Yeah, so three that have sort of jumped out at you, 1 up on the second floor and 1 on the first floor, sort of ranged. And then there's more stuff happening behind you, but that's sort of your sort of section.
Care about that. I want to throw it right in front of the 3 that jumped out at us.
Okay. So what does that do?
Depends. Can I use my +1 here that I held?
What's your reasoning on that?
Because I was on the lookout for them.
Based on the information, that you got.
When you used the instead of what should I be on the lookout for, it was like what I can't remember how you worded it.
Which direction should I be on the lookout?
Yeah.
To?
Yeah.
In front of us.
Like they're still ambushing us, but I wasn't
Okay,
quite as surprised as I could have been.
I will give you this because you were able, because part of that was telling you sort of the makeup or a little bit of the makeup of the group or how many people there were or something. Is that right? Am I making that up?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So I will.
I'm good with that.
I will give you this +1 because sort of knowing that information, I'm imagining you having your fingers on your smoke bombs this whole time as you're running, so that you have the quick reflex there.
Let's go.
So wait, when you throw the vial upon a hard surface, roll +dex. On a hit, a cloud of smoke bursts forth, briefly blinding and causing a coughing fit in anyone caught in the cloud except you.
Dang, I should have let Scott go first.
I think this because so everyone except for Mathis. So I think that the rest of you are, or the rest of you being Orin and Brack, I think you guys are sort of caught a little bit in this as well. So I think part of that smoke going off, because all of this is basically happening in an instant. Part of that smoke going off, I think, is what Orin, you're just sort of able to reflexively sort of, like I said, sort of get that shield up a little bit to sort of clip him. And that's partially why he doesn't get a good hit on you, but you get a sort of a knife graze. Across the side or something. Briefly blinding and causing a coughing fit in anyone except caught in the cloud except for you. So that's so Brack, Orn, and the 3 infiltrators that have jumped out.
Cool. So can I abuse this system maybe just a little bit more?
What do you have in mind? Let's find out.
Well, I was going to roll a 1d3 to randomly determine which one of these 3 I want to try to slice across like the back of the knee or something with one of my daggers.
Okay. I mean, I can. It's either going to be one of the other 2 that wasn't. That's not the one on Brack right now. So, I mean, I think probably for the 3 of you, probably one of them jumped towards each of you. So, there's one that sort of.
I figured the whole randomness thing is me deciding last minute which one I want to go to because I don't want to show which way I'm going to go when I throw the smoke.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't want to project to them which way I'm going so they can't prepare for somebody coming out of this with a knife at their kneecap.
Okay, I mean,
they're in the smoke, so.
Yeah, I think they're in the smoke, and again, I think this is all more sort of reflexive that they are already in the process of coming towards you. That's
fair. So it doesn't really matter. I'll take the one on the left.
Sure. Okay, so that's a hack and slash then.
Yes.
Give me that hack and slash.
Nice roll.
Beautiful.
I learned how to play a game.
That is a 12. Deal your damage to the enemy and avoid their attack at your option. You may choose to do +1d6 damage, but expose yourself to the enemy's attack. Would you like to take that option? So basically, you can do an extra 1d6 damage.
1d6 of damage.
But,
yeah, I think I am going to do that.
Okay, because normally on a 12, they wouldn't be dealing damage to you. But if you take that, they will be dealing damage to you. Great. So
that's 2 1d6s basically.
Okay,
right?
so 5, 6, 7 total.
And I'm aiming to like disable if I can.
Aiming to disable. Okay. Like in a non-lethal way, you mean, or
Like cutting their Achilles, the back of the knee, the thigh. Like I just want to drop them.
okay, great. Well, you drop them all right because they're dead.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I mean, that's perfectly fine. I just want them down and out.
Yes. There's my numbers. Here they are. Great. So you find real good purchase in the back of this guy, and he just starts like bleeding out all over the place, and starts just like flailing wildly, because you really like took just that extra half second to really make sure, even in the middle of the smoke, that you were striking in the right spot, basically, to get like a, hit an artery in the back of the leg or whatever. So he is able to get 3 damage back on you minus armor. And that is not magical. That's
fine.
a knife.
I think. Is my armor still broken? I don't remember. I think it is.
Probably, unless you took the time to repair
yeah,
it.
it's still broken. Son of a bitch.
All right, so that's 3 damage. And he gets you back, sort of slices you across the arm.
That's fine.
Flailing a knife around.
It's just a flesh wound.
Fantastic! Okay, so that's you. Zahida, what's going on in the back there?
Okay, so did you say that there was some coming out of a doorway?
Yeah, so your view from the back of this, so you don't necessarily have anyone sort of coming directly at you, but you have, there is the Animancer on the first floor, basically, is pointed over towards Rickless and the guards there. And then there's also this large Hothenboren who has jumped out the window, the second floor window on the left, screaming, and basically is landing in the middle of this group. They're big, they're heavily armored.
There's only 5 of them then.
Total in this group there are 3 of the infiltrators that jumped out. 2 Animancers, 1 upstairs, 1 downstairs, and the Hothenboren.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't want the obviously I'm gonna put this in the chat. Obviously I am fighting mercilessly without holding anything back, so I can deal that extra D4 damage.
That's sweet damage.
I think I'm gonna go for the big guy, because I don't really want any of the guards to die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they'll get messed up. Or are getting messed up, whatever. Oh, it's also
okay. So
it's also a female. Just to throw it in there, not a guy.
Okay. Hey, I don't have any problems. She's gonna hurt us, so she's gotta go. Well, God, I was gonna do something really cool, but it's not gonna work in this instance. Okay,
No?
so I'm gonna pull a Captain America, and I'm gonna
Beautiful.
rush him with my shield.
Okay, what's your intention here, basically?
To deal some damage. Hold on, I thought there was a. Hold on. Let me look here. Merciless. Here we go. They are forced to acknowledge you when you are engaged. Okay, so I would like to, I think, use I'm your opponent.
Ooh, okay, great.
To see if I can block or interrupt them from
Okay.
doing anything, basically. So
Go
I'm
ahead
your
and
opponent.
throw
No.
that move in there. All right. When you engage an enemy in melee combat, they are forced to acknowledge you when an enemy you are engaged with makes a move against anyone other than you. Roll plus strength. They make on a 6. Take that XP. They make a mockery of you. In addition to making their move against whoever they want, they make another move against you. Mark XP.
God damn it.
This is gonna get sexist real quick.
Mark that XP.
Yeah.
And so they jump out this window and they sort of what are you doing to kind of make that challenge or whatever?
Well, I was just rushing, like to basically like bowl her over with my shield.
Okay.
So apparently I fucking trip and fall on my face like a dumbass.
So you're just
Because-
trying to yeah, okay. So trying to force their attention onto you.
Right.
So are you like
She just steps out of the way like I don't. Oh god, I can't believe I rolled a fucking 6. I even have a +3 strength.
um
Ugh, awful.
great. Are you like yelling or anything? I just want to get a real good picture
no.
of what's
No, that's not really our...
It's not your jam? All right. Okay, so you rush in there trying to sort of get this shield bash or whatever off on them, and they basically sort of land in the middle of this group as you're trying to do that, and I think they're as they land, their animal head just like comes down and just like basically like crunches one of these guys' heads right off.
Ooh.
So now there are 2 guards left. But and then as you sort of rush in trying to get the shield, they've got did I say what kind of weapon they have? Let me see. I do not. Yeah, they've got like some kind of hammer or whatever. They as you rush them, I think they are a good bit stronger than you expected them to be. And you rush in, and they sort of basically take this big hammer swing straight at you, and sort of knock you like off out of the way, off balance. Which is this one. And you are going to take 4 damage, and one of those is piercing.
Okay, so 1.
How much armor do you have?
3.
3. So one of them is piercing, so that negates one of your armor. So you would take 2 damage, right? Am I doing that, Ethra? So it's 4 damage total, 3 armor, but 1 piercing, so 2 damage. Yeah. So you take 2 damage as you're able to sort of absorb the shock of the blow a little bit, but they basically sort of knock you across to the side of the alley as you're trying to run in, and you sort of like bounce off the side wall.
I take 1 point of stupid damage as well, apparently.
Psychic damage.
God.
That went well. All right. Fawit, what's going on up in the bedroom up here?
Well, I was wondering, or at least can I see the second story animancer?
Sure.
Are they on the same side as me, or?
No, they are across the alley from you.
All right. I mean, that's not a big deal for me.
No, they're close. They're close buildings. Everything is yeah. It's certainly an easily jumpable distance if that's what you.
And he has no idea I'm here.
Nope, because that's what you chose to go for the stealth and take the damage.
All right, so I want to back up to like the back of this bedroom. I don't even think I acknowledge the family that's in there. I'm just like, and yeah, I'm gonna take a running jump over to the animancer, and I would like to misericord him.
All right, do it.
I mean, I just do it.
Do it. How much damage is that total?
12.
Is that
Is
Overkill.
I instantly do my maximum damage, which with my predator be like water, and then my signature weapon being +2 damage.
Do you still
And
have to
then-
do a hack and slash for that, or?
It just I mean I guess I would do hack and slash to see if I successfully hit,
Uh-huh.
maybe.
That sounds right to me.
And I thought what I did was
Jesus.
OP.
Yes. So I hit.
Yeah, okay, so they, that was the second floor one, right? You're attacking with your axes.
Yeah. I don't know why
Um,
it says 1d6 because there's supposed to be 1d8.
1d6, where?
It says deal your damage to the enemy and avoid their attack. At your option, you may choose to do.
That's for rolling.
1d6.
That's for rolling
Yeah.
a 13. So
I don't need to do that.
you don't need to do that. I will tell you that. So you make this jump across, and as you you see them. They were kind of looking down towards what's going on. That's why they didn't see. They were sort of distracted by the chaos of everything else that was going on. And they were also the one that just were shooting at Brack.
Yeah.
But you fly across the top of this this alley and just like run straight into him, bury both of your axes straight into his chest, and sort of roll off and do super sweet, cool move. Pull your axes out and fling blood
Of course.
on the back of the wall. And
Am I still stealth, possibly?
I mean, yeah, because no one's paying attention to what's going on here. So you are,
Nope.
well, let's do this. Give me another defy danger dex.
Oh, because I also do have a move that says stay out of the light. When you hide in shadows or darkness without acting, you cannot be detected by any normal means until you reveal yourself. Your eyes are also more attuned to darkness.
Sure. I think you have acted here though.
Yeah.
Right.
Which, that'll be Dex 7.
Great. Stumble, hesitate, or flinch. Okay, so
Just crashing through all these fucking bedroom windows.
causing
Like
a
the fucking Kool-Aid man.
causing a ruckus in
Pretty
the
much.
mummer scooter here. Okay, so
I'm fine if I lose stealth, pretty much, because I can also fuck up these people.
yeah, I think that's kind of the thing. You can either sort of take that extra second to make sure, to sort of like stop and make sure no one heard you, basically, or you can, you can get right back into it, but not be completely unnoticed.
Yeah, I'll get right back into it. I'll lose stealth.
Okay, all right. So all of that happened in the space of like half a second. So let's since you're getting right back into it, what is your next thing you're doing here?
Oh, okay. Can I jump down to the group of 3 that's still there and start attacking them?
Into the smoke?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sort of the smoke went off. They're all sort of coughing and stuff as you've jumped over and killed this other guy. So the smoke, I think, is kind of dispersed enough that it's not like you're going to be jumping into it and start coughing and having a fit.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna essentially do my signature like jump and attack as I'm falling onto one of.
That kind of is your signature at this point, isn't it? You've done that quite a few times.
Yeah.
So there's you can I mean I guess you so there's the one that's basically on top of Brack, and then there's the one that's sort of in the middle, sort of basically on Orn.
I'm gonna mess up the one that's on Brack.
Okay, great.
So that was an 11.
Hack and slash melee. So do you want to would you like to do that extra damage, or?
It depends. Are we outnumbered?
No, I don't think you are, because you've got the guards and Rickless.
No, I won't. Then.
Okay. Roll me that damage. Great. 2 piercing. So you jump down onto this guy and bury your axes into either side of his neck, and he is also dead. Give me the sort of the follow through of how that works with like jumping out and landing on top of the guy on top of Brack.
Like I want to say like I fall sort of axis first, and as you said, like bury him into like each side of the neck, but I sort of do like a flip over him. And I don't know if I like carry his body with me, so he actually just like lands in front of me as I pull my axes out. Straight up in front of him.
Brack and this guy are basically back up against the wall of the other side of the alley. So if you're looking to go like through him, you'd be in a wall.
No,
I mean, if you want to think about doing that like sideways or something, that's
sure. Yeah.
cool.
So I just want Brack to fully see that I just iced this dude right in front of him.
Brack, you get some blood on this guy's face. You watch the edge of Fawit's axes sort of like slice inches away from your face as they bury into this guy, and this guy gets rolled off of you.
Brack looks at Fawit, says, "Thank you," and draws the short sword.
So Orn, this third guy is now sort of right on you. What's up? As you're sort of half dazed in this, or sorry, this guy's still dazed in this smoke. Brack, I will give you the move here, since you just got saved from Fawit as she sort of rolls this body off of you. You said you draw your short sword, or
I'm gonna go for a hack and slash on the guy on Orn.
Hack and slash.
Not Brack's strong suit, but apparently neither was his strong suit. So
Not your strong suit.
I'm leveling up tonight, friends.
Me too.
Oh man! All right, great. So you sort of run into this smoke to sort of go after this guy who's still just kind of regaining his wits about him, and so you're running in with your short sword here, and he, I think, is able to sort of get a kind of knife up to sort of deflect your blade, and the animancer that was down on the floor, the first floor, turns toward you, and let's rip here. So you're lucky these guys aren't dealing very much damage right now. So you take two damage from him total. -1 is you have 1 armor.
Yep.
And then you would also have this is a magical attack,
magical
so you
armor.
also get
I
magical
take no
armor.
damage.
So you take no damage from this guy. He tries to shoot another thing at you, and even as Zahida has sort of been tumbled off to the side here, another one of these like sort of like pulses sort of flashes out and sort of hits this spell as it's coming at you. But I think as it does that, like I said before, it sort of like blows up in this thing of this kind of eruption of sparks and whatever. And I think it hits this sort of balcony that's overhanging, and it catches it on fire.
Oh.
Oh.
And we burned down New Water Nest.
Okay.
At
Orn.
least the Gel Walkers won't get it.
At least the Gelwalkers
You
won't
guys
get
got pissed at me for smashing some empty buildings.
They
No,
weren't
no,
empty.
you crushed hundreds
You
of people.
don't know that.
it. Oh man. All right, Orn, what's up?
Hey.
So you just watched these guys sort of almost trash Brack, but he runs in.
I'm going to defend Brack again.
Great. So you get that hold.
I did it real good.
You did it. You did it. Okay, so let's jump over and come back to you guys, and we'll sort of figure that out. So Zahida, you're the only one in the back here, right?
Yes, it's me and the
And
Hothenborn, I guess.
Rickless and the two guards and the Hothenborn. So they so they're in the middle of this, and you can definitely see that this is the kind of person that is at home in the middle of a fight. They are deftly kind of swinging his hammer around, and Rickless and the two guards that are left are trying their best to sort of fend off these attacks and everything. But they like kick one of the guards out of the way over to the other side of the alley. Rickless like tries to get a spear into him, and he I keep saying he the animal head like grabs it and snaps it in half, and in the middle of this swing, they're sort of turning this hammer back over towards you. What do you do?
To me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck her and her animal head. So since it's just so I'm like up against the wall, right?
Yeah.
Since I kind of got knocked out of the way. Perfect.
And you are in the line of this next kind of hammer swing here.
Okay. I think I'm gonna use my animancy
Ooh.
to the rock gauntlet in Spellbreak.
Uh-huh.
I think that's what I want to do.
Okay.
Wow.
So let me make sure I have the right one here.
So which element are you using here?
I believe I am using bone. Let me make sure that is correct. Bone, yes, and I'd like the two tags, if it works, that I'm using would be stun and a +1 armor forward, I think.
Okay, great.
So
yeah.
literally the
Literally a +1. I'm adding the armor to my yes. That is exactly what I want to do. Yeah. Let me. Oh my fucking god, dude.
Okay.
6 buddies.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Does it have a?
No, I get to on a fail, which you did. I get to make a move as hard as I want. Okay, so you try. You're sort of on the ground here, and you try to sort of kind of tap into the because bone is the element that pertains to foundation, rigidity, resilience, and size, as I have written here. For viewers here, so we're messing around with this system called animancy that's based in a whole bunch of elements. That is a system that I made up. So this is tapping into the element of bone. So I think you're sort of trying to kind of find this like the sort of the substance of the like the road underneath of them here, and trying to sort of to mess with it. And you do that, but it doesn't go as well as you had hoped. So this is that on the 6 roll? You draw on my attention.
I don't actually know.
I think that's on the
animancy.
yeah, I think that's on the 7 to 9. Okay, so what happens is this. So you sort of like try and get the street underneath of you, to the ground underneath of you, to kind of to sort of rumble and throw these people off balance, and you are able to do that, but it is more of a burst of this power than you were trying to sort of let out. I mean, all of you are kind of still new to animancy. So I think it is like almost like this little sort of like mini localized earthquake in a way. Oh,
great.
So you take a full hammer blow to the side as this is happening. So you take 6 damage minus your armor. And as you sort of release this wave of power, the buildings on either side sort of like have this shake, and the balcony that sort of had caught fire, as it's starting to sort of catch more and more, sort of shifts, and is basically about to fall on top of the people in the front here. So Brack, Orn, Mathos, and Fawit. And the other sort of thing that you feel as you have pushed this power out, is you feel a strain on the sort of the bond between you and your bear soul beast. So you're also.
A quick question: do you
Uh-huh.
get a plus one? Do you get a plus 1 if you're using a strength, or is there something? I can't remember what was the strengths and weaknesses. What was the
What
benefit, or because bone is one of my strengths, but I didn't. I kind of forgot that was.
Yeah, let me make sure I'm. Yeah, when you perform a spell under the primary elements of your soul beast, which this is, your modifier to the roll can't be less than 0. So your intelligence is 0 modifier.
Is a 0. Okay, got
so
it.
that doesn't affect you, yeah. So you also feel this kind of, you hear a little bit of a roar from this kind of bear soul beast in your mind, and it feels farther away from you. So you are also going to take this that -1 ongoing until you have a few minutes to clear your head and reconnect with your soul beast.
So the stunned.
No, so you'll take a -1 ongoing to your animancy
Got
rolls, or to your int.
Intelligence. I got it.
Yeah. Which will supersede that -1 prohibition from the soul beast, or from the animancy thing we just talked about. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Great. Okay, so Brack, Orn, and Mathos, you are about to have a flaming balcony drop on your heads. Orn, since you're already in a defensive kind of posture here, I forget what your hold for the defend can do, but that is certainly a potential thing that could happen here. What you do you have any ideas? I'll sort of throw this.
Can you say that again?
So there is the balcony sort of that was on fire above you guys is now about to is in the process of sort of falling on top of you, all of you. Since I'm sort of throwing this to you because you were already in this sort of defensive posture and you have the one hold. So is there something you would like to sort of be doing in that?
Yes.
You have something, Mathos?
I do.
Okay, great.
Is there's still one of the three up in front of us, right?
Correct.
Like he's hurt but
Mhm.
not dead.
No, he hasn't been hurt. He was just sort of caught in the smoke a little bit.
Oh, perfect. So he's kind of stunned still.
He's
coming to.
He's basically out of that now because he had sort of half attacked Brack as Brack charged in at him.
Is he also underneath the balcony, or
Mhm.
is he?
Yeah, it would be you in that whole group. So
I'd like to like throw him down on the ground as I run out of the way, and just leave him underneath it.
Okay. So you. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what this would be. So your intention here is for you to get out of the way and to get him into the way, basically.
And prone.
Okay. I would say that sounds like a defy danger dex probably to me.
Cool.
Does that sound
Yeah, I'm good with that.
reasonable? All right, let's see that. You rolled an 8. You stumble, hesitate, or flinch. The GM will offer you a worse outcome, hard bargain, or ugly choice. So this is all happening pretty quickly. So I think you would be able to sort of get him down and unable to sort of get out of the way of this. But I think he would also then be kind of tangled up a little bit with Orn, because Orn is kind of concentrating on sort of watching out and defending everybody else. So you're basically going to be sort of putting him and in kind of in a spot, or you can does that make sense? Am I doing
That makes sense to me.
yeah
So I'll
pushing
keep
it
this
into
guy
one.
underneath the balcony, but I'll kind of break Orn's concentration and maybe get him hurt.
basically you're sort of putting him in a bit of a spot here. Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. All right, so so Orn, what's up? As you get this guy sort of like kind of half thrown into you a little bit, as you're just looking up, and this balcony is sort of tumbling down on top of you and this guy who's been thrown into you and Brack. You are in a spot here.
Cool. So it's just me and Brack pretty much that are gonna get
Because
smooshed.
Fawit's sort of still off on the side of the alley there.
Okay. I mean, is there enough time for me to like?
I'm gonna step away for like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Is there enough time for me to get Brack and I out of danger, or is it kind of a situation where can I put myself in harm's way to protect Brack?
Yeah, I think that's probably due to the nature of the situation. I don't think you can get a clean sort of getaway here, but I think if you're trying to sort of get Brack out of the way, you can do that, but you're also gonna sort of take a hit in there.
Yeah, I mean that makes the most sense. So either I can. I mean, what makes the most sense to me is like, I would assume like how tall is Brack? Is Brack a big guy or is
No,
he, like,
Brack is short.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure
Our little boy.
Yeah,
I
Brack
would
is the little boy.
tower over him,
Yep, absolutely.
and
Because you are I can never remember what my numbers are. But Traxix are somewhere in the area of like 7 some feet tall. And
Yeah.
Brack, I think you're like the low end of 5 foot something.
I'm sure we have that written somewhere.
Probably. I mean,
Yeah.
Balteshi are quite short.
Um,
So yeah,
So-
you're like 2 feet taller than him.
yeah. So I mean, I'm pretty sure I would just kind of like tower over him and be like a human umbrella
Uh-huh.
for what's about to happen.
Great. So that sounds to me like defy danger. I think I can hear an argument here, but my take would be that this would be a defy danger constitution. Because I believe the reading on that is that you're sort of enduring, right? If you're just kind of like trying to take the hit so that he can get out from underneath of it.
Yeah. So defy danger plus con.
Con.
Why do I have a +1 to defy danger?
It was
Well-
probably from like taking it forward on something.
But what are you doing to get me out of there?
I'm literally just being a human umbrella for you.
Oh, okay.
So since he's so much taller, he's just like getting his shield up so that it hits him, and then it's not gonna sort of fall down enough to get
I
you.
was gonna say you could probably just like throw me out of there.
Yeah, that makes my thing better.
Great.
And then can I? Well, first I guess let me roll that.
Well, are you thinking about using one of your because you still have that hold, right?
Yeah, and I was gonna use the hold to half the damage that happens to me,
To you, okay, yeah, I'm cool with that.
I mean, would crit. Well, I guess see how the roll goes before.
Sure. Stumble, hesitate, or flinch on a 9. Yeah, so con is by enduring, so taking the hit basically. Okay, so it is a partial success. So I think you do this in a way that Brack is able to be gotten out, basically. That he is safe from this, especially because you have that hold from defense. So I think what happens here basically is either you can take the half damage, and the infiltrator guy underneath of you will be fine, so that he's also sort of getting umbrellaed, or you can take all of the damage, and he will also get hit, basically.
I'll just take all the damage.
Take all the damage. All right, where's my? Okay, and this is potentially going to hurt. So just to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
All right. Okay, man, I need to. My damage rolls are pretty low tonight, so you guys are welcome. So you are going to take 2 damage, and I'm going to say that this is ignoring armor because you're having a balcony fall on top of your head.
Okay.
But in the process of this, the other guy is also sort of crushed and speared with some splinters, and is probably also starting to catch fire a little bit, and sort of like embers are sort of like showering down around you and sort of singeing some of your clothes and stuff, but you are there with your shield up, sort of arising from the smoke and the flames of this fire. And this does this trigger a thing on your?
No, I have to roll damage.
You have to roll damage for it to. Okay, there's nothing about you taking damage.
No, that was in the old.
That was in the
version.
old thing. Okay. Great. Okay. Fawit, you just saw that happen. What's up?
Well, I think I'm gonna sort of play into some of my bonds.
Ooh, I
never
like
really
that.
have.
Always good for XP.
So, I think I'm gonna go over and help Zahida, since she seems to not be having such a great time.
She's not having such a great time. That is
She just has really bad dice.
So yeah, I think she doesn't really give any outward signs that she sort of notices how bad things are going for anybody else, but she does notice that Zahida's not doing so well, so she is going to go help with the big guy or lady.
Yes. Pair of ladies, but yes.
Yeah.
All right, what you doing?
I mean, I'm just like hack and slash. I'm just gonna
Give me that
like,
hack and
run
slash. Deal your damage to the enemy, and the enemy makes an attack against you on this 9 that you rolled. All right, deal that damage.
Right.
Okay, that is 8 damage plus 2 piercing. Is that plus 1 damage factored in?
Yeah, so all
Okay.
of the plus damage.
All the pluses damage are factored in. Okay, great. So 8.
I kind of see this as like, Fouet like runs over and like slashes at the back of this thing's like knees or like thighs or something. Essentially trying to draw attention, but also like hurt as much as she can.
Mm-hmm. Great. So that is yeah. So that's a good blow. You get a good slice across the back of the legs or whatever, and the animal head roars as you get that, and before you can kind of see what's up, this hammer comes swinging around and down, and kind of cracks you in the back, dealing a total of 10 damage, and one of those is piercing.
That's a spicy hit.
Yeah, that's a spicy hit. So how much armor do you have?
I have 1, I think.
1 armor. Okay, so this has the 1 piercing. So that is just 10 damage straight up, as this hammer kind of cracks you hard in the back.
Could we argue that since it has more than 1 heads, I'm outnumbered?
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is what I come back to.
No, you guys are definitely not outnumbered now because you've killed. It's just this and the Animancer left, and you've got all bunch of you.
All
here.
right, Zahida, I need you to hurt this thing. I'm fucked up.
Okay, so Zahida, you're on the ground, and this thing is just swinging around. You see the Animancer. There's still the Animancer on the first floor here. Let me see. Shoot, that's not the tab that I want. Yeah, so this Animancer sort of moves out a little bit and is kind of working now in tandem with the big Hothenborn here, and they are going to town here on the remaining 2 guards and Rickless. Zahida.
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely gonna attack the Hothenborn.
Okay.
Getting, well, maybe not. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll roll another fucking 6. So. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for a hack and slash. I think.
Okay.
Just finally. Jesus.
All right. Would you like to take that extra? This is a 13. Would you like to take that extra 1d6 and expose yourself to the damage?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. And you are attacking. Are you still attacking recklessly?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely now.
So roll
class damage. Oh,
roll
wait.
that damage for me.
Sorry, I'm supposed to not click the class damage, and I'm supposed to click the inscribed. What's the guy, I think? I don't know if that's... Let me just click this real quick. Yeah, that's actually the one I'm supposed
That's
to
the
be.
one. Okay, and then roll that extra 1d6.
And the... Sorry, let me find the 1d4. And the 1...
Oh yeah, your d4. Nice.
And a d6.
Woo! Okay, so that is... And that 2 of that is piercing. Fantastic. So, you rush in there and I think at this point you're probably feeling some kind of like frustration and like you said, you're sort of attacking recklessly here.
Yeah, and especially after watching Fawit just fucking get her
Get lit.
shit rocked.
So you run in there and jump in there with your spear thing forward, and you get this thing, just get her right through the chest. You can see the armor sort of like peeling under the blow, and you deal the killing blow here with this spear to the chest, but as you do that, the animal hand surprises you from the side and gets a real good bite chunk out of your side here and is dealing 10 damage, and one of those is piercing.
So that's so I ignore 3 of that. So that is 7. Oh, 13.
You ignore 2 because 1 is piercing.
Okay, so 12.
And this girl is dead. And as you deal this blow, Brack, there's still this one animancer who's looking now to try and bolt. Is there something you wanted to do?
Yeah. I'm finally gonna use my bow in this fight.
All right, do it.
Where is Molly? There it is. Click. Hey.
Beautiful. So deal that damage.
Nice. Cool. Oh no, that was bonus damage. Sorry. That was the wrong button.
Yep. We'll get there.
5 total.
5 to... Oh, because you get the bonus damage.
Yeah.
What's the bonus damage from?
Beast strike.
Oh, the beast strike. Right. So you shoot this animantically empowered arrow. Did we say what that like looked like?
I think it just has a trail on it.
Has a trail.
Yeah.
What are your elements? Or what element do you think this would be using?
I'm guessing it's taking from breath.
Okay. So yeah, I think it has a trail, and it probably...
It's the wind gauntlet from Spellbreak.
The wind gauntlet, yeah. It has this trail behind it, and I think it also like shoots faster than it should. As part of that. Yeah, and this catches this guy right through the neck as he's trying to sort of get out, seeing that everyone else is dead. And as you've sort of mangled the the bodies of these infiltrators here in this alley, from the little square out towards the other side, or where you were originally headed, you hear a lot of shouting, and you hear the sound of an elephant. And you hear and see a kind of enormous explosion. What do you do?
Cantalestral's gonna be so pissed that we're destroying the shit out of his
Yeah.
roof quarter.
Just wrecking house.
Hey, that wasn't us though. The explosion wasn't us.
Towards it.
Going towards it. Are you all just sort of like straight up running in here, or are you kind of making some kind of
I'm like, where's Iridia with our backup?
We need to dig Orn out.
Nah, Orn arose from the ashes of the thing. It was super cool. I mean, I'm not going to make character decisions for you, but I'm going to tell you that it was super cool. Okay, so
I
you're
feel
all...
like it should be clumsy and awkward.
Okay. Sorry.
I also feel like I should make the comment, hey Orn, I don't think you should stand under flaming balconies that are about to collapse.
Okay, so as you guys, so you're just rushing out.
Well, probably peek the corner.
I don't know, the way you say that, I think maybe we should.
Sorry, I mean, I'm not saying that to. I just wanted to know if anybody was like, oh, hey, I'm gonna take this side route, or I'm gonna prepare this thing, or I'm just giving you the opportunity to do that. I'm not saying that that's like a, you're all gonna be surprised and die right away if you don't do a thing.
A mimic eats all of you.
My old friend.
Just a
Maybe
question.
I'll take the rooftop route.
Okay.
I think I would take like an off the beaten path route.
My eraser on my whiteboard is not good. Great. Okay, I used that many. Sorry, I'm just getting all this set up here in my brain and on my whiteboard. So Fawit takes a sort of rooftop route. Mathos, you sort of kind of leg around and take another sort of alleyway entrance to the square. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Great. I think Rickless comes in with you, but I think the other soldier that he had with him is messed up enough from that fight that he's sort of like staying in the alley and yells at Rickless to sort of go on and go on. I'll be fine, kind of a deal. So it's now just Rickless with you, at least for the moment, and. As you come out into this square, you see a sight. Sorry, I have one more thing I need to find here. One of these days I'll get organized with all of my information. It's not today, though. Okay. So as you come out into this, as each of you sort of come out into this this square, you see it's this not a huge square, But it's a square out in front of the gate here, basically. So this is sort of in this this corner, and where the walls come to a corner, and there's a gate that leads out of the city. And you you see out of this there's a handful of guards that were sort of up on the gate and the walls there, and this large explosion you see as you come out. You see another sort of series of small explosions going off, and there are bodies of guards just like flying off of this wall, like just ragdolling everywhere, and the handful of guards that are up there. There's I think there's three guards still up on the wall, that are two of them. They're up there with bows and arrows, trying to sort of like pepper these people with arrows a little bit, and trying to peek out. And there are down in the square, there's these you see this group of the Armada guys, and in kind of in the middle of them, you see a large, well, not large, like a tall, more towards a, not like lanky, but like kind of taller and skinnier, not like super like built or anything, but a barblish. So the bare legs, the antlers, the trunk hair thing. He looks to be in some kind of like weird like trance almost. It's hard to see what's going on exactly from where you are, but you can sort of see that in the middle. And the other thing you see is an elephant. And the elephant is kind of trying to bash at this gate. And they are trying to get out. So some of these crew, and there's a couple of animancers, they're sort of engaged shooting up at this these couple guards left up on the wall. And as you guys, the main group of you guys, so that is Brack, Fawit, and Brack, Zahida, and Orn come out, and Rickless come out through the alley. Some of the Armada people at the back sort of see you, and are alerted to your presence. Fawit and Mathos, you guys are not alerted so far, but that's kind of all you can make out sort of at a glance.
How did they get an elephant here?
Hey, that's a question. So they've noticed you. There's a couple guys turning towards you with some bows and stuff, making to look and take animancy shots toward you three, that they can see. What do you do? We'll start with.
I want to shoot him.
We'll start with you three first. Great. You want to take some shots?
Do.
Who are you taking shots at?
Well, here's the thing. I would like to shoot 3 of them at once with Blot Out the Sun.
Beautiful. What does that do? Will that come up in the move?
There's Blot Out the Sun.
Spend extra ammo before rolling.
Yep. So I'm going to spend the remainder of my ammo.
So that's
my last
2.
Yep.
Fantastic. So
3.
So roll that volley.
Volley.
Nice job.
Nice.
10 damage. Deal your 10. You rolled a 10. You have a clear shot. Deal your damage. So let's see that damage.
All right. Damage. Not that impressive. Do I still get to use my beast strike? Extra damage?
What are the rules on that?
Beast strike the way I understand it, it is permanently on my weapon until I remove the tag from it.
Okay.
I'll post it here
Great.
because I took
Choose one of your opponents.
because I took +1 to volley and +1 d4.
So you're taking that -1 ongoing to breath. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I thought it was to all animancy.
Choose one of your primary elements, taking them one
Oh.
-1 going on to it. Or you may take a -1 going to your other primary element as well to gain a second tag. Is that what you were doing?
Oh yeah, I've taken one from each.
Okay, so the tags you're taking were damage and
Damage and +1 to volley, which I would have just used, so I would have gotten 11 technically. But
oh, okay.
I forgot to.
Oh, right. That's
+1 forward back.
that's the cast a spell. Right. Yeah. Great. Okay. So yeah. So you add your beast strike damage to that.
And we'll add the 3, so that's a 5 to each then.
Okay. So who are you kind of shooting at? There's a bunch of kind of crew at the sort of edges of the group that you can see. There's what I'm sort of calling these kind of crewmen that are a mix of like smaller Barblish and Hothenboren and that kind of stuff. And there's a couple of animancers in there as well on the edges here.
Can I? How many animancers are there?
3 animancers that you can see.
I'll just hit all 3 animancers.
Great. So you're dealing how much damage to them total?
5.
5 damage. Great. So yeah, that's an arrow for each of them. With this sort of speedy strike, and they all 3 of them go right down. Great. So who else is in there? Orn and Zahida, right? So the animancers go down, but there are also a couple of the crew with bows here that are shooting at you and turning towards you. 1 or 2 in the front are sort of charging out at you.
I rolled to defend.
Roll to defend. Hold 3. So you're great. So you're kind of defending the 3 of you back here. So Zahida, what are you doing?
What was that you said earlier that happened when I failed my animancy roll?
You basically you take a -1 to your int rolls, because you are kind of your bond with your soul beast is strained.
Okay, so I would have a -1 on an animancy attack then, since it's a
Correct.
int. Okay. Well. How many are behind the archers?
I think it's hard to see exactly from this angle. I mean it's a group of them, basically. Yeah, like I said, it's.
Are the archers far enough away from them that if I went to attack them, like are they still close?
I mean they're all kind of sort of out towards the middle of this this square, basically. There's some debris sort of piled up, so some of them are sort of hiding behind some piles of rubble and carts and things like that. But yeah, so some of that is kind of blocking your view of exactly what's going on, but it's basically this sort of group of them out towards the middle, close to the gate where the elephant is. I mean, if you, because if you're, yeah, I mean, because if you're looking to sort of go charge in there, you won't have the protection from Ornn, unless Ornn is going in with you. Um, yeah, you'll sort of be in the middle of that group. If you want to sort of like hang back and sort of take the couple that are coming at you, that's kind of up to you what you want to do.
Okay, so if you are gonna rush us as well.
A few, yeah.
I guess I'll. Is there a hold action?
Yeah, I mean, well, we can kind of call this like a hack and slash, basically, as they're sort of
Right.
rushing in, you're engaging them.
Right. Yeah, I put my shield up and wait for them to get closer so I can use my hack and slash.
Great. So that, for one, sounds like you're not attacking recklessly.
Well, yeah, mercilessly.
Or mercilessly.
Is the actual.
Sorry.
Yeah, is the actual. When you fight without holding anything back, deal a 1d4 extra damage.
So this, yeah. So this sounds to me like you're holding back a little bit because you're not rushing right in there. So go ahead and give me that hack and slash.
Oh, okay. With a 12.
Woo. Do you want to take the extra d6?
Yeah, fuck it.
Great. All right. Deal that damage.
Nice. And a d6.
Okay, so there is between the couple arrows and stuff, and these guys sort of like coming at you. There is a total of 4 damage coming in at you. But you're able to sort of just like straight hack down 2 of these guys as they rush at you. With all that damage, so you take that down to 1, right?
Yes, with a 3 armor.
Great. Okay. And great. So Mathos and or Fawit, what's going on with you guys here? I'll give you a quick take here before. Anybody?
Okay.
Do it.
So, is it like this area is like, I'm assuming, like surrounded by buildings or some?
Yeah.
So I mean, especially with my cat's grace thing, could I jump far enough to reach that barblish that is in a trance state or whatever?
No, they are more towards the middle. Like I said, the middle of the square. Yeah, so there's because you are, like I said, you're sort of in the corner of the wall. So 2 sides of the square are lined by the walls, one of those being the gate, and the other 2 sides, the other like corner of the square basically is lined by buildings. So they are more towards the middle, close-ish to the gate there. And it's also it's really hard to I mean, you have a slightly better angle, but again, there's sort of like debris and carts and stuff like that, and there's some explosions going off and whatever. So unless you have something reasonably ranged, there's not the opportunity to get right there. Plus, you'd also have to be going through a bunch of other people.
Well, I guess. So, in the group of people that are right in front of the main group, like, is it all just the smaller people, or is...
I mean, mechanically speaking, yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll jump down to the main group and take somebody out. I'm
All right.
assuming I can misericord since they don't know I'm there.
Sure. So you're going right in there. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see any... Because I would really like to be able to attack the Barblish and misericord him, but
Yeah, no,
I don't
that's.
see how I could do that.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Plot armor.
Yeah.
I mean, people armor.
Yeah, I guess I'll jump down into that group of people.
Into the fray.
How big is that group, by the way?
There are how many are left in there? There's like 8 of them.
Oh, hell
We
yeah.
did kill 5, and you just got another one, so.
Yeah.
And then we had killed the 5 before that too. We've killed some of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll jump down into him.
All right.
And I will hack and slash on the way down.
Hack that slash. Sick. All right. Would you like to do your extra damage?
No, because I'm gonna misericord this person, so it's
Oh,
gonna be
true.
12 damage anyway. So.
Okay. So 12. Okay, so 12 damage. So yeah. So the first guy. You take right out. Axe to the neck, or whatever. And you are now kind of facing down this group. Mathos, are you kind of hanging back, trying to get like a lay of things here, or what's your kind of play here?
I'm kind of torn.
Between...
How many are left standing here?
I mean that you can kind of see. There's the one in the middle. There's the now seven left. That you can kind of out in the middle there. And the elephant.
I don't want to reveal myself.
That's fine. If you want
by
to,
any means.
If you want to try and sort of get a kind of a lay of things, that's not an unuseful thing to do.
Let's do that.
Great. So that sounds like a.
I do that.
Discern realities.
That's not gonna do it.
Uh-oh. You
That's gonna
cannot
be a level up,
discern
though.
any answers. Mark that XP. Sweet.
You don't know what the fuck's going on.
So how are you? So what do you kind of?
Welcome to the failure club.
What do you?
Does my XP go back to 0 when I level up?
You subtract the amount that you need to level up.
Which is 5, or my level plus 7, right?
Is that what it is? Let me see. I mean, you can't level up until you have
until we
time.
rest. But
yes,
okay.
level plus 7.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so what do you paint me the picture here of what you're trying to do to scope this out?
Use my eyes.
Use your eyes. Good. That seems like a good thing to be doing.
Your eyes fall out of your head.
Iridia shows up out of nowhere and throws acid in my face. I think I would just kind of cautiously peek around whatever dark, shadowy alley I'm hiding in, trying to figure out if there's more coming, where they came from, where I need to be going to. My entire plan was to let these guys kind of handle this, and then I was going to sneak on past and go find what's her face.
Lelish.
Yeah, Lilish.
We're not handling it.
Well,
Clearly.
Speaking of Lelish, so you're trying to get sort of a peek around of what's going on, and it's pretty chaotic here with what's going around. Like I'd imagine you're trying to sort of get a peek of what's going on with like the elephant, what's going on with that like trancy guy, Barblish in the middle, but you just can't get a good look at what is there. So as you're trying to do this, and as the other guys they sort of like hack down a couple people that come rushing towards them. They're sort of taking a defensive position on the side of the square here. Fawit has just gone straight in. There's a couple things that kind of happen here. So the first of which is you see that elephant over towards the gate turn back around towards you guys and starts kind of running a little bit back towards the group. And as it starts running, you see its shape starts to like fuzz a little bit, and as it starts running, it sort of shrinks down into the shape of a man. And so this man, as he, as Fawit has run in, as the guys are doing this, as you're trying to sort of peek around, he yells, oh no, sorry. Maybe it's not yelling. He speaks in a way that is somehow still like kind of calm and slow, but it still carries a lot of weight, and like carries through the square, and is sort of kind of moving through this little bit of carnage that's going on, and he kind of speaks and gestures towards near the middle of the group, and one of the sort of crew members in this crowd towards the middle, you can see them kind of back and kind of jump up onto like a piece of rubble or like the side of a cart that's kind of crashed down, and you can see that they in their arm, this is a Barblish here, so in their forearms, two of them are wrapped around the form of Lelish, who looks to be in not the best of shape. She's missing a handful of feathers and looks kind of a little mangled, and so two of their arms are wrapped around Lelish, and two of their other arms are holding weapons to her throat, and this man sort of speaks out into the crowd, and as he as that is happening, this sort of other sort of trancy Barblish in the middle sort of makes this weird sort of like jagged movement, and an arm kind of shoots out in the direction of Fawit. And on this outstretched arm, you can see it's kind of far away. You guys are all still sort of far away, except for Fawit. But what you see is the shape of some kind of small, kind of scaly little animal that looks to be like this kind of blackened thing that is like sort of fused into the inside of his arm. And as his head sort of like flips around, his like eyes are like all kinds of weird and messed up. And Fawit, you actually find yourself sort of getting like lifted off of the ground, and feel your arms sort of like slap to your sides, and your axes fall to the ground, as you're being sort of like lifted up in this hold. And the man says, "This will cease, or the Velmiri will die. What do you do?"
Does he know I'm there?
No. You are hidden enough, or you have not presented yourself yet, so no.
Okay. That was my question. I'm not acting on that yet.
Great.
I want to see how this plays out.
Okay.
I mean, I assume this isn't something I could have actually rolled underdog for.
No, he's not doing like damage to you right now. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a face, so.
So the three of you in the mouth of the alley. You now see as the rest of this group is there some of them are starting to fan out a little bit and sort of start to approach you a little bit.
I will say, I think Fawit is more concerned about the fact that she dropped the axes than being like tied up, essentially, or held.
All right, any of you three from the alley there?
I sort of mutter under my breath to Rickless. I'm like, "Where the fuck are the rest of your guards?"
I don't. They should be on their way. We have to.
Weren't there 3 up on the wall, or did they? I didn't hear anything actually, or if they did anything, or if anything actually.
Yeah, I think by this time, sort of there were 3 up on the wall, sort of like trying to sort of peek out and take pot shots at some of the group, and they were being fired back on. I think one of them has taken an animantic blow to the chest and sort of fallen.
Weren't no animancers left.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Takes an arrow to the knee, and
semantics.
and is down. And so there are 2, but when they kind of see this, they sort of take this posture where they sort of like stand up a little bit, and they're sort of like holding their bows out ready to go, and everyone's sort of at this kind of standoff here.
I want to try to discern realities to see if I think he's lying.
Okay. Roll that. You get on a 9. You get 1 question.
Well, I think at the core of it, the question I want to ask is who's really in control here? Because are they in control in that they will actually kill Lelish to try to get out of here, or do they need her for something?
If they fucking took her, and now they're just gonna now they're just gonna fucking kill her? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, yeah. So this, especially asking this control question, you can see in the kind of the looks in the eyes of some of these the sort of the rank and file guys here, you see this sense of like desperation, like all over their faces. Like they are, even just from this sort of like run through the city that they've been on, they have gotten pretty desperate, and they like look like they've been kind of animal backed into a corner sort of thing. But very clearly, I mean, the one in control is this man, and I don't know that any of you would be able to recognize it, but for the purposes of identifying this, this is Etker. This is the guy who was this high-ranking official whose name you gave to Kint, as being this very high-level spy in the government for the Armada. And he sort of against this sort of wild, desperate, sort of animalistic kind of vibe you're getting from the rest of these guys, he is completely sort of in control of himself, and you can see no amount of like fluster or anything, and he has like steel and knives in his gaze. He is resolute, and you do not know this kind of guy could be capable of anything, and it's pretty easy to see that these guys are looking to him and will do whatever he says.
How's the Barbalish look?
It is some weird like kind of abomination of like that. It's not much of a there's not much personhood there right now. Whatever is this thing on its arm that you can see is like there's black vein kind of things like spreading out from it. It is like seriously kind of like messing this guy up, and whatever it's doing is capable of wild destruction. As you can see with him, it's not difficult to tell that he was the one responsible for all these like explosions, and as you can see him sort of lifting Fowit into the air. Yeah.
So it's the Barbalish that lifted Fowit into the air, not
the Barbalish, yeah.
Not the guy who turned into an elephant.
Correct.
Okay.
Who do they have again? Who is that?
Lelish.
You I'm trying to think. I don't know that you spent a
AJ has not met
ton
her.
of time. Yeah, maybe you haven't even met her at all. She's a friend of Kinna's. And she was when you guys first all left Third Shoulder, he gave you a couple names of people to sort of like look to find some answers to questions. She was one of the names that he gave you guys. So the rest of the party all sort of went to her and did some stuff.
Okay.
But she's an official in the government, basically.
Kind of someone that's important to us now too, I guess. So
yeah.
Okay. Orn stands to his full height, and he slowly starts walking forward and asks, what is your plan here? What do you plan to accomplish by holding someone hostage?
Threatening to kill them.
You are not the one who gets to ask questions here. And you can see as you're sort of walking closer and closer, the Barblish with Lelish is the blades are getting closer and closer, and you can see bits of blood start to trickle out.
Okay, just a second. So he's got their attention right now.
Mm-hmm.
I have this wonderful move called Called Shot.
Okay.
And if I hit it, I can make them drop what they're holding.
Okay.
I can give.
You're gonna make him drop
I can
Fwit?
give Chris +1 forward.
No, I'm gonna make them drop Lelish so they can't hurt her anymore, and then we can go full offensive.
I'm sure that couldn't go terribly wrong.
Right.
I mean, it could.
No, I mean, I have +1 that I can give you as well.
Well, I've already got +1.
All right. Well, then, can you have another +1?
Is that from your defense?
Yeah, I haven't used any of the 3 that I have, so.
What's the? Oh, open up the attacker to an ally, giving that ally +4 forward. Yeah, I mean, I could see that in the case that you're sort of acting as a distraction or something. I could buy that for a +1, for an extra +1.
Yeah, and it's me trying to get closer to this, to the scene. So I think the plan, if Chris does that, as soon as if it hits, I'm going to be charging straight at this. Well, let's see if it works first.
Let's see what happens. All right, is that what you're doing?
I mean,
Is animancy sight based? Do they have to see you?
It depends. It depends on the animancy. Yeah.
Like if this Barblish suddenly became blind, would his hold on me still be effective?
I don't know that you have any way of knowing that, because well, for one, this is not animancy that this Barblish is dealing in here.
Oh yeah, because that's only humans.
Correct.
okay. I'm gonna do this,
All right.
and this may have long-reaching consequences on our game, but
I'm excited for it.
What does +1 do?
it's +1 to hit.
+1 for the roll.
So you get a +2 to hit.
So now you're getting +2 plus all your other stuff. So
What's the +1 that you're getting?
I guess I wouldn't get it actually, because mine's to volley, and Called Shot isn't technically a volley. So it's just +1.
Sure.
Okay.
AJ.
I will give you your +1 from your discern realities though.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense to me.
so it is +2.
So +2 total.
All right, so there'll be 1, and then add 1 to whatever it actually rolls.
Okay.
Oh, it hurts. Click.
Woo! All right, deal your damage and pick 2.
All right, so here, let me roll damage first. That's great.
Beautiful.
Love that.
Beautiful.
That's also great.
Thanks. So you actually rolled a 13 there.
Yeah.
Did.
Plus the extra 1.
So I'm going to make them drop what they're holding.
Mm-hmm.
And stun them. Which in my mind would make them stop whatever kind of spell they're casting on a
That's
Well,
that's a different.
You don't have to worry about that.
That's a different one. There's two Barblish here. So there's the Barblish holding Lelish, and then there's the crazy weird Barblish that's doing the thing with the wit.
Okay.
So is that still what you want to do then?
Wait, who's holding? Who's on who right now? Sorry.
The guy who's doing all the talking is holding Lelish.
No, that's not right. there is a human man, Edgar,
Who was an elephant.
Who was an elephant.
Got it. Okay, got it.
There is
and there are two Barblish.
There's the two Barblish. There's another Barblish in the back who's holding Lelish, and then there's the crazy Barblish. His name is Rotor Hanset. If that's easier to.
Well, I'll definitely remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearly. That's what we needed. We needed his name.
Yeah. Well, obviously. And Rotor Hanset is the one that's all sort of like weirded, corrupted out, and holding Fawit in something that's not Animancy.
So his name's Rotor, like the rotary Wankle engine. His name is now Wankle.
Maybe I should do no damage.
That sticks in my head.
And it'll just be like a warning shot. Like,
I think we take all the opportunity to hurt them that we can get, but
if you stun him though, then he can't
right, he can't just like go straight back down and drive his knives into her in the ground.
Well, you're not. Yeah, again, you don't have to worry about that because I'm going to take care of that.
All right, I'll stick with what I did then.
All right, so you are dealing 2 damage.
Drop Lelish.
That's correct.
Stunned.
Dan, do we have a list of NPC names that we've come across so I can remember some things?
Potentially. Are you looking for anything specific?
Yeah, so who was the guy that we gave this guy's name to? What was his name?
Kintelestraw. Kint. He's one of the big guys in the Bohemians faction. That operates out of the Mummer's Quarter here.
Okay, and he was very interested when we dropped whatever this dude's name is that I've already forgotten.
Edgar, yeah. Yes.
Edgar.
Edgar. Because you guys
so defeated. That was great.
Because you guys found Edgar's name in the sort of little message house that you sort of helped keep the treaty safe. There was a good role in that you found that you also found Edgar's name in that sort of doctoring the treaty thing. You gave that name to Kintelestraw, and he used that name to sort of ply advantage and gain himself and the Bohemians sort of power in and among the government here. So if you remember the last session when you guys went into the meeting with the communer and that whole thing, Kint was in that meeting because he now has a part at the seat of the table here, basically.
So how do we think Edgar feels about that? I'm calling him Edgar. It's happening.
Wasn't he in jail?
What's that? No.
He escaped completely.
He escaped. Yeah, he was able to evade capture.
Okay, I'm building that up because I want to try something.
Great.
I just needed a little backstory to see if it was going to work, and still don't know, but we're going to find out.
Great.
I'm going to chuck a smoke bomb at Edgar's face.
Do you have a smoke bomb still?
I was going to talk to you about that because I figure I would have Iridia making them for me.
Okay.
But I don't want to say like I have an infinite supply of them, so I was going to see if you would agree that I could carry 2 at all times. And replenish when I go back to wherever Iridia is on the ship, or...
Let me find your... Can you just pop that move back in here so I can read it?
Yeah. Assuming I have the money to pay for them.
Sure.
Because I think they're like 3 gold apiece.
Yeah. You can create... I think that's 1, because you can create a vial of alchemical smoke. So I think that to me is a once off. Until you can
when I have time and equipment, I can create a vial, but I'm not creating them. Iridia is.
Sure, but I'm
just paying her for them.
Right, but you can get 1 and then you can use it, and then you have to sort of take the time and whatever to get her to make you another one.
Why wouldn't I just stock up on multiples?
Because that is overpowered.
That's why I'm saying put a limit on it, but 1, I mean, you're not going to make Brack carry one arrow.
I was carrying one arrow.
Well, one yeah. One why can't I think of the word?
Ammo.
Ammo.
You don't carry one grenade in Spellbreak.
One ammo isn't so I think here because Iridia being the Tinkerer class basically, she is because that's her class, like she's able to carry I think she has like 3 charges of the stuff that she can use. So I
You need to take a level of Tinkerer.
I mean yeah, that's kind of what I'm sort of thinking along the lines of here. Because I think the specialty of that class is being able to have multiple of these sort of gear equipment things, and multiple uses of them. This to me, I think for you is just a one thing.
I don't agree with that, but you're the boss.
I am the boss.
Okay, well then that's clearly not going to work, so I'm just going to stay hidden.
Okay.
You could help us.
No.
Or I could not get myself caught.
The second Warren rushes,
I was trying to help.
Orn doesn't appreciate holding hostages. He gets kind of upset about stuff like that. So when Chris is shooting off his arrow, I am
whizzes past Orn's ear.
Yeah, I'm charging him, and I am screaming.
It's the rage. Here it comes.
I have an ability called Rarg.
Rage, fucking rage.
Yeah.
Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me.
Well, I got 7 and 9, so I'm going to mark 2 rage.
Okay, so what does that give you?
That gives me increase your damage die to a D12 and. No.
I was gonna say that sounds like a later one.
Gain con armor. I don't really know what that means, but that's what it means. So I guess my armor is now up to 5.
What's the?
And I would like to just run straight at this guy with my shield out and pretty much just like bash right into him.
Okay. So the first one you gain is you add the plus terrifying tag.
Yes.
And then the second one you gain is gaining con armor. So the con is your constitution modifier, so you gain 3 armor because your con is 3. So you gain plus 3 3 armor on top of whatever of your, was it 2 you have? Or is it?
Yes, correct.
Great. So you have a total of 5 armor right now.
And you're terrifying.
And you're terrifying. Okay, so what is your objective in here? What are you trying to get at?
I just want to completely disable this person from hurting Lilish.
Which person?
The guy who is
the Barbalish. Sorry, the Barbalish that has Lelish is the one you're going for.
Yes.
Or that did.
Yes.
Great. So in order to do that, you have to get to her first, or get to him. And them, him and Lelish. So you are going to be charging through basically the fray of these other sort of little guys before that. I'm cool with that, but that's a roll.
Okay.
How? What's the sort of the pitch on that? I could probably see. Strength.
Terrifying would probably help.
Yeah, sure. I could see strength or maybe.
Oh, definitely a strength. He just fucking bowls through him like a fucking.
I mean, could it be...
and you said all those guys were like desperate and scared for their lives already.
Mm-hmm.
And they're Yeah, what does terrifying do for him?
Terrifying is a tag. It's a tag that it's like a monster. It's a monster tag. It's mostly like a fictional kind of a thing. To inform some of the stuff that's kind of going on in the way that some of the enemies would behave. So it's not like a strict like mechanical
He doesn't make them flee for
right, exactly,
2
yeah.
rounds.
But yeah, so we can heavily flavor that in with what's going on, but yeah, so strength, or I could maybe see like con as well.
Yeah, I think Constitution is my highest, so I'd rather just do Constitution.
Okay.
You use your just body and your armor and shit to.
Yeah, so especially since you have that con armor in here, this to me is you're not like putting your shield out in front of you and just like sort of powering through. Because con, it says you're by enduring, right?
Right.
I think is what it says there. So this is like you just like running straight in there, and like people are like trying to hack at you. It's like the Uruk-hai that's like storming the wall in Helm's Deep with the torch thing, and
right.
Legolas is trying to shoot him with the arrows and stuff, and when he just keeps trucking. That's
you still have your
that's you right now.
defense.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you are now, yeah, because you're now not standing in defense anymore. You're rushing in, so.
So am I rolling Constitution?
Well, and he gave it to me.
Yeah,
his standing in
3.
defense.
Well, you had 3. He used 1, but now you're giving those up basically by not standing in defense anymore. So defy danger plus con.
Defy danger plus Constitution.
Nice job.
Beautiful.
That's an 11 for anyone watching.
Or listening, whatever. I don't know. Like, I mean, they can see it.
They can't.
Oh, they can't see it? Why can't they see it?
They can only see your map. You can't see the
chat.
Oh, that's bizarre. Oh.
I was gonna say something about that when we were done.
Yeah, that's a good thing to note. All right, we'll try and figure that out for next time. Good. So let's make sure we read all these rolls off. So
this is like a weird static podcast.
That's an 11. So yeah. So I mean, this is exactly that scene from Helm's Deep here, right here. There's like you're getting peppered with some arrows and some attempted like sword axe blows and that kind of thing, but you're just like letting them hit you and not even
None of them do more than 5 damage, so
nothing matters. So you come.
Do any of them try to hit me and miss their damage?
What's your? I don't think mechanically for that, because you get, what's the thing you get for that?
Tough as old boots.
What does it say?
When your armor completely negates the damage from an attack, mark XP.
Yeah, I don't think this necessarily counts as an
Oh no, he
attack.
gets 20 XP. I think that's pretty good.
Pretty sure he just leveled up twice.
Yeah.
So you bowl straight through these guys, and you're up on this Barblish here. So are you attacking?
Yes. So I'm going to hack and slash.
Roll that hack and slash.
And then say it out loud.
That's a 10.
That's a 10, ladies and gentlemen.
At your opinion, you may choose to. I'm gonna do that extra 1d6.
Great.
Also, that brings me up to because I did attack. That also gives me That also increases my damage to 1d10.
Okay, I think, does that happen now or after this move?
When you deal your damage. Okay, after I deal damage.
Yeah. Okay.
So how do I do this? I click on my weapon.
Yeah, if you have it set up, you can click on your weapon. It should.
I don't have that set up on my weapon.
What's your weapon do?
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. I don't see anything. Like, I thought we had it set up.
I'm assuming that you took like a signature weapon or something.
Yeah. So it should be this. It's in the tags here.
So close, near, forceful, messy,
and +2 piercing.
piercing. So I guess I can click this. Okay.
Nice.
Great. So you haven't increased your damage dice yet, correct?
No,
Is that a thing?
that's
Okay.
that's straight up an 8.
And you are rolling the extra 1d6 as well?
Yeah, so that's 8 plus 2, so that's 10 damage, and then 1d6. Is it slash roll or?
Plus 2 piercing, so that means just 2 of that damage ignores armor.
Dice in the left-hand corner too. That if you.
But yeah, /R space
Yeah.
1d6.
Oh, I can just do this. D6. Wait, that's 2. Why can't I do 1?
You just click on the D6 if you want one.
Oh man, look at that. 5.
Nice.
So you go running in there and you swing this. So he is like Lelish sort of drops below because I said he was up on sort of like backed himself sort of up on a little bit of a ruins of a cart kind of a thing. So he gets hit in the arm by the arrows from Brack and has dropped sort of Lelish down. And she sort of like slumps down, and you go and just ram this shield like straight through this guy, and he just like explodes into a bloody pulp as you now have all this rageful power coursing through your veins. Just the blood splatters all over you, all over Lelish. And you are now in the middle of all of that. So Zahida, I believe you said you were running in here as well?
Yeah, the second that he rushed, I rush as well. I'm going to go for the
I'll be back in a few minutes. But keep going.
the other Barblish with the black veins and the fucked up eyes.
Good.
And I'm gonna hopefully attack him so that he. In fact, I'm gonna try to cut his arm off.
Beautiful.
So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do some hack and slash, I think.
Sorry. So you would.
Yes.
That's a 14, ladies and gentlemen.
So this will be the same kind of thing as with Orn, is that you've got to, if you're sort of trying to get through to the Rotor Hanset here, this Barblish. Orn has sort of blazed this path, so I think there's fictional positioning for you to be able to do this when you're not a raging 7-foot tall giant.
I am going merciless now, though.
Okay. So I do need a defy danger to sort of get through here, to make sure we get through here, though. And that can be. I'm welcome to hear pitches for what.
I'm pushing anybody that's left out of my way. They are.
Okay. So you were following through with the shield in front of you, yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Strengthen it.
Beautiful.
That's a 13.
Pretty great.
Gentlemen.
Pretty great.
All right, we're rolling the rolls now, guys. Okay, so yeah, so you're following through right behind Orn. He rushes forward and goes and does that thing that he just did, and you go roll up onto this messed up Barblish, and yeah, as you get closer in to see this, you see this thing on its arm. It's in this split second as you are sort of running at this and swinging your spear thing, it is all kinds of messed up and weird, but you this close are able to recognize it as a quill. So one of these little magical creatures that Kinna has one, but they're I previously have described them as they look like pangolins. They're little like scaly mammals, and they have like I think they're adorable. They have like little dragonfly wings and like a light at the end of their tails or whatever. But they're these sort of strange magical creatures. But that is what he has sort of like somehow fused into his arm. That is sort of like making him all kinds of messed up and whatever. But go ahead and roll that damage. Are
bean footage.
Are you doing the extra d6 here, or?
No. No, I don't think I will.
I think that's probably a wise decision, considering.
Okay, that's my first roll, and my d4 is a 3, so 9.
So 9 total. Okay. And that's two piercing in there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you want to...
cut his arm off.
You're trying to chop his arm off.
Give him a good old Luke Skywalker.
Okay.
Razzle dazzle.
So you get in there and you're aiming to sort of chop this arm that's still kind of like outstretched and like twitching around in the direction of Fawit as she's sort of being held in the air there.
Yes.
And you sort of swing down as hard as you possibly can on this outstretched arm, and it is such a weird. This does not feel like chopping into a human body. It feels like almost like chopping into like rotting wood or something. It's
so easy.
Yeah, it's strangely and at like that's what you feel sort
like
of
his body is like porous.
It's I don't know, not necessarily that his body is, but it's just this very strange consistency that you're sort of like chopping through.
Okay.
And yeah, basically, and then there's a point in that sort of like chop that it hits something like very hard, like way harder than you expect like bone or something to be, and you nearly get all the way through his arm, and yeah, but so the sort of the grip on that drops and his arm just kind of like flops down, still like hanging by like some kind of weird pieces that you can see the whole like inside of the arm is this like black and like charred and like bubbling and all sorts of messed up. So Fawit,
Dan, I know you had a name for him, but his name's Old Floppy Arm now.
So Fawit, you fall to the ground.
If you don't pick up your axes and kill this motherfucker.
Well, I got plans.
As you fall to the ground, you're gonna take 3 damage, because he was lifting you up in the air.
And must I remind you of Cannon Race?
You must remind me of that. Thank you very much. You do not take 3 damage.
He does not take damage.
He gracefully just floats to the.
And 2 smoke bombs is OP.
Point of order, Fawit never takes damage.
Objection!
Oh, she takes damage, that's for sure, but not often.
Oh, good lord. So yeah, so and there's this weird, sort of oily black blood that's sort of like spurting out and covering everything. He is sort of just like this unearthly howl as his other other three arms are like swinging around and
As a bonus action, I throw up.
Awesome. So as that is going on, Fawit is gracefully falling to the ground. Mathis is out in the alley. You guys all did things.
I imagine it's more of like she doesn't get hurt, but like the hands immediately go to the handles of each axe.
Yeah.
She lands.
She has a superhero fall.
Yes.
Pretty much.
It's like that chick from Underworld. What's her name? Kate Beckinsale. I don't remember who she plays. She's very graceful though.
I am finding elements here. There we are.
Dan,
okay.
Can I do a thing?
Not yet.
Okay.
You need to let.
Dan wants to kill us all first.
I do want to kill you all first. No. So as that is all going on, none of you have made any move towards Edgar here.
He's gonna become a big elephant and stomp on you.
And I'm gonna talk to him and tell him to stop that shit.
No, don't you do it.
That's a bad elephant.
We need someone with who their soul beast is a mouse.
Oh no. So yeah. So what happens here is as you all of that all kind of happens in the span of a couple moments just after he spoke, and then Fuit, you remember that thing you tried to do in the temples where you tried to like make your body like light or whatever?
Yeah.
So Edgar does that, but like way better. Basically.
That's rude.
You suck for it.
I mean, it's basically to tell through this that like he is a like the skill that he does this with is like kind of incredible. So he like his body basically like flashes with this incredibly bright light, and there are other points out in the square that also sort of like flash with this light, as basically sort of everyone in the square is kind of momentarily blinded, no matter kind of what you do, but he by that sort of moment after your sort of eyes are trying to readjust, the group of the there's what, no, I guess it's just Brack in the back, and Fawit over there. He as you're doing that, there's been enough sort of gain back in the sort of the group that has been bowled through, that they are a couple sort of things happening here. So Edgar does this flash, and the of the remaining sort of group in the middle, they're all now kind of running out. One of them is going towards you, Brack. Etker is kind of positioning himself towards Fawit, and the other 5 are now sort of rushing in towards Zahida on this this middle, because she's the closer one. What?
Help me! I have 11 hit points.
What's going on?
I have 10.
Is
Can
one
I do a thing?
Mm-hmm.
It's just gonna be a thing to me.
You are being you are being kind of bared down on by Edgar here.
Cool. I'm gonna cast some animancy for like the 3rd time ever.
Heck yeah!
But so I'm gonna use instinct because in its description it says it relating to quickness, response, intuition, and the involuntary.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially I want to cast haste on myself.
Okay.
Just become really fast.
Cool. So that's the yeah, sorry these are so like big and long because there's a lot going on here, but okay, that's a 10. On a 10 plus, the spell certainly helps, but choose one. Your spell won't last long. You'll need to hurry to take advantage of it. Your spell affects either much more or much less than you wanted it to. Your spell has unforeseen side effects and might draw unwanted attention. The spell, the casting saps your energy and weakness, and weakens your link to your soul beast. You take -1 ongoing to int until you have a minute to clear your head and reconnect with soul beast. So one of those, on a 10 plus, you have to choose just one of those. So which one would you like to choose?
I think I'll reduce my int for a little bit.
Okay.
So essentially I just click for being stunned. That's the easiest way to do it, right?
No, so I guess maybe that's yeah, if that's the same thing.
It's just a -1 to... Yeah, it brings my intelligence modifier down to 1 instead of 2.
Okay. So yeah, so this is, it's the same kind of thing that happened to Zahida, where you kind of you feel this, especially in the face of the sort of the animancy of Edgar here. In that flash, you're sort of like trying to kind of push against it, and you have to sort of like expend such force in your animancy that you're straining your bond with the soul beast, so they feel kind of further away. So what is this? So what does it look like then? What you're doing?
I really didn't think of that actually, because we've already said that like sort of she permanently has cat's eyes because of the cat's grace thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it looks kind of like that cartographer that we saw, where you're moving so fast that it looks like there's
yeah, maybe like the edges of her start to blur a little bit, almost like she's vibrating so quickly, like she's so fast now.
Yeah.
I just want to fuck a lot of people up because you made me drop my axes.
I did make you drop your axes.
I'm back, by the way.
All
Sorry.
right. Okay, so you're basically who are you going after then?
How many people are close to me?
You were kind of out on the edge of the group here, but the sort of the main group of that's in the middle of the square is probably closer to you than like Etker is, even though he's kind of zoned in on you, and about to kind of do something basically.
Does he know I sold him out?
No, I mean, let's see. That's a good question. Let's see. Would he know? I mean, I don't know that he knows specifically who kind of gave him up.
I mean, because we killed all those other guys.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
It's not
true.
like there were any witnesses. To...
Yeah.
Mm,
And I think trying to be on the run basically and trying to sort of keep low, it's not like he would have access to the same kind of contacts and stuff that he would normally would. So no, I don't know that he knows like specifically who it was that tipped whoever off. He might know Kint was involved, basically, but
okay, well,
he obviously knew Lelish was able to leverage it somehow, or that somebody was able to leverage it with Lelish. Otherwise, what would he take her for?
Or he needs her for something else.
But he just threatened to kill her.
yeah.
So he obviously doesn't need her that bad. Otherwise, he just has a very flawed plan here.
I think I'm gonna not engage him, and I'm gonna go after the larger group.
I mean, anytime you threaten to kill a hostage, it's because you've been backed into a corner, and you're assuming that people won't call your bluff.
I
think
killed that
that's-
guy, right?
You exploded the man who was holding Lelish.
Wasn't that the guy?
no.
No, that was
there was
the
two there, yeah.
Barblish. The human who said he would have the Barblish kill Lelish is still alive.
Oh, okay. What's he doing now?
He's
Going
about to
Going after Fawit.
going after Fawit. So Fawit, if you're the thing here is if you're looking to try and go in on the rest of the people, you're gonna have to do something to basically get away from what Edgar is trying to do to you.
I mean, if we kill Edgar,
Remind me what the rules are for dying in this game. Because I do only have 10 hit points.
I will read the move to you. Where is it? Last Breath is the name of the move. When you're dying, you catch a glimpse of what lies beyond the black gates of Death's kingdom. The GM will describe it. Then roll. Just roll plus nothing. Yeah, Death doesn't care how tough or cool you are. That's the rules. I'm just reading it. On a 10 plus, you've cheated Death. You're in a bad spot, but you're still alive. On a 7 to 9, Death will offer you a bargain. Take it and stabilize, or refuse and pass beyond the black gates into whatever fate awaits you. On a miss, your fate is sealed. You're marked as Death's own, and you'll cross the threshold soon. The GM will tell you when.
All right.
So is there a way that I can come up behind
Edgar?
Yeah, Edgar.
Edgar.
It depends.
Because they don't know I'm there.
No,
Correct.
you are still hidden.
Beautiful.
I mean, it depends which side of the square you were on and whatnot.
I'm on the side that I can come up on his blind side.
Yeah, if that's what you're looking to do, I'm cool with you making some attempt there. Let's figure out what goes on with Fawit here, and then we'll get to you.
All right. So because I'm super fast, could I possibly make 2 attacks, 2 hack and slashes, maybe?
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Maybe depending on how successful the first one is. Hey, hey, Dan. Hey.
If you say yes to this, I'm gonna get angry.
I have another smoke bomb in my backpack. I know it.
I mean, I initially did the animancy so I could run real fast, but
yeah, I mean, so again, I think that the first thing that you need to be able to do here is if you're, like I said, if you're going after the guys in the middle, you're gonna need to, I'm guessing, defy danger of some nature to be able to
I mean, I'm fine taking on Edgar. That's kind of why I'm asking if I can do 2 attacks.
If that's what you want to do, let me think. So
That's also why I clarified the rules about dying.
Yeah, I don't know that like getting too. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like fictionally how, because obviously doing that is going to give you some kind of advantage.
Maybe give you a +1 to a hack and slash.
I could give you.
Or +2, or I don't know.
I mean, because there are, because I have things for like the +1 forwards and everything, basically. Let me, Mathis, did you have something in mind for what you wanted to do?
Vaguely.
He wants
Okay.
to throw a smoke bomb, Dan.
I mean, I did, but
2
you
is not a
ruined
reasonable number.
you ruined my big entrance there, and it was going to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, I'm
mean,
sorry.
It was
Who
going to be a
ruined it?
story.
It's okay. You're gonna have a second chance.
No, it's gone. It's long gone.
It's over. So here's the thing. So, because just getting like 2 hack and slashes in a row is not necessarily like.
A +1 forward's good too.
Yeah, I mean
That still helps.
well, because it's also not necessarily, like, it's not really even that huge of a like an advantage, really, because since there's not really a turn order in this,
Yeah.
it's like going twice in a row isn't really like a thing that's outside of the, it's more that, because usually like something is happening and then you're responding to it, and then something is happening and you're responding to it, and so on and so forth.
Maybe his blades move so fast that they do
So
more damage.
here's what I'll say. If you're going in at Edgar, so his the thing that he would be doing is slow. So I will give you an opportunity, basically because you are fast, to sort of go in on him before anything like triggers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. All right.
Yeah. So
let's hopefully fuck him up.
let's do that. Okay. Deal your damage to the enemy, and the enemy makes an attack against you.
He doesn't make the attack?
What? No. So he'd rolled a 9. So on a mixed success, basically, Fawit gets to deal damage, but then also takes damage. Because if you roll a 10 or above, you have the option of not taking damage. Like you either don't take damage, or you take damage and get extra damage. That's the plus 1d6. Does that make sense? Am I explaining this well?
No, I just thought that if it didn't trigger, then maybe he doesn't make the attack.
Mathos, if you were looking to get in on this, I could see this as an aid. Which case,
this is a dirty tricks moment for me.
Yeah, absolutely. In which case you could give Fawit that +1 to make it a 10.
Also, Fawit, what is it that you have?
No,
when you're outnumbered.
Because I was going to aid him using misdirection, so I take +1. Unless he's standing in defense of me, then he can get a +1.
No. What is the move as? When you aid another using misdirection or distraction, take a +1. When another person stands in defense of the it's not applicable. So you get a +1 on the aid roll. But then if you succeed on the aid roll, then you give Fawit a +1, so that would roll over to a 10 instead of just a 9. Because that's what aid does. Does that make
So
sense?
I can use dirty tricks to get a +1 to my aid roll?
Correct. So you would roll aid or interfere, plus your bond with Fawit, if you have one.
Okay, so can my aid or interfere be a distraction by hacking?
Yes, but it wouldn't be doing damage.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's fine.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your aid or interfere. Do you have a bond with Fawit?
I do, yes.
Okay, so you do aid or interfere. That's +1 for the one bond, and then plus another 1 for the dirty tricks. Beautiful.
Oh, dope.
So that's an 11. So describe what you're doing.
I was gonna come in low and fast and take a swipe at his knee because that's my aim point now.
That's your deal.
That's what I do. I also throw smoke bombs. Smoke bomb. Sorry, bomb.
Singular bomb.
Smoke bomb.
Yeah. Great. So you're so you're going in, and I think the yeah, sorry. So you're going in, and you're able to sort of get off enough of a hit on him that's it's not like doing any real damage basically. But you're giving Fawit enough of an opening that you sort of knock him a little bit off balance as he's trying to do some animantic thing. So Fawit, your thing goes up to a 10. So either you do more damage or so you either get to deal your damage to him and not take damage, or deal that extra plus 1d6 and be open to taking damage. What would you like to do, Fawit?
It all depends if I can use underdog.
We're outnumbered.
Say, when you're outnumbered and try to redirect an enemy's attack on them the moment before you're injured, roll +dex.
I mean, so you're outnumbered in total here, but I think on this kind of side of the fight, it's mostly just him.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was taking it as well.
What's the what's the move again? Can you read it to me?
Underdog. When you're outnumbered and try to redirect an enemy's attack on them the moment before you're injured, roll +dex. And then, like, on a 10+, you redirect the attack against another enemy in range. On a 7 to 9, you take half damage, and the enemy in range takes half damage.
Okay.
I
can. Yeah, I'll buy that. I think because he's using. I mean, it's clearly he's using some animancy thing. That there's enough range on that to be able to get at some of the other people. So.
All right, then let's do that extra damage then.
Let's do it.
So I already rolled an 8 for the normal hand axe damage.
Okay.
And then it's a d6.
Plus 1d6. Yep.
Nice.
Jim.
So 13 damage.
Okay.
That was an extra 5 for
Oh
I
yeah,
think it
for
might have been
the
an extra
listening
10.
audience.
watching audience.
Oh,
On
yeah.
the stream, I can't tell. It's gotta be more than that.
So. Great. So you're. So go ahead and roll that. The underdog then. You take half damage, and the enemy in range takes half damage. Great. So let me roll some dice. So
Dan's gonna be like, he does 57 damage.
No, so he yeah, so you get in on him. What's the move here? He's been knocked like slightly off balance as he's trying to do this sort of animancy thing.
Well, I think Foot just like runs in. She just like both axes like straight into his gut, I guess. Just like slashing across his stomach.
Yeah, so you get that. So you get that in here, and it is a good, real deep, deep hit. And you, as you hit that, he sort of he was slightly sort of falling back from Mathos's shot, and then you hit him, and he starts falling forward, just as he's sort of finishing the hand motions of this animantic thing. That he was casting, and it sort of goes wild, and half of it hits you on the way out, and then basically you're able to kind of nudge one of his arms enough that it, like I said, sort of skips off. So you are going to take 6 damage, and that ignores armor. And then the other thing that skips off flies over and takes out one of the other plebs. Yeah.
Just so everybody realizes where I'm at.
Beautiful. And then he collapses over and is dead.
Nice!
Oh, nice!
Oh, damn it! I didn't even get to say my one-liner.
Oh, okay. He is collapsing over, dying, and Mathos says,
Kent sends his regards, and I wink.
as he's slumping back down onto you because you're behind him.
And I close his eyes for him.
So at this point, there's so who's in the fray? It's Orn and Zahida, and Brack's out on the edge. Rickless is in.
I got one guy running at me. Rickless is next to me, right?
I was gonna say that Rickless had run in too, but I mean, I'll engage. Yeah, I'll engage him with the guy in front of you.
Oh, I was just gonna point my bow at that guy, point an arrow at that guy, and say, "Do you really want to?"
You're not even zigzagging.
Because I'm kind of wanting these guys to just give up now that we've killed all their big bads.
Shoot
that'd
the
be
guy
great.
with the fucked up veins and eyes.
So
Is he still up and rolling?
yeah,
He's not dead.
he's not. He is not dead.
Oh,
Very.
He's really not dead. He has 300 hit points.
I misunderstood that.
So yeah. So I think at this point, so Ecker keels over. This crazy sort of Barblish in the middle is messed up and just kind of flailing and twitching all over the place. And you, there's a couple of these crew that just kind of break for the door, for the gate at this point.
It's just still not open, right?
It's still not open. It's sort of kind of splintered and messed up a little bit from an elephant trying to ram it down, but it's still not open. And also at this point, you see a ship come rolling around.
Please let it be one of our ships.
And it is you recognize the sort of burnt orange kind of sails of the Shadows of Eminence Cast in Centuries, which is Gentis Gentish's ship. Good lord,
Mr. Hot Boots.
I really shouldn't have, Mr.
That's right, the
Mr.
boots.
Hot Boots. And you see them sort of pull over around, kind of fly in real close to the wall on the other side, and Kinna and Tilbarash's like cat thing leap off over the side along with Gentish. They like sort of lash their whip onto like the rigging somewhere and sort of like swing out over onto the walls, and you see Iridia pop her head up over the side of the rail.
Oh, Iridia's there?
Iridia's there, yeah.
Hey, can you toss me another smoke bomb that you made for me, please?
She's drunk, throws it down.
I can only carry one.
It's like, yeah, I've got 2 more here for you, right here.
I can't carry 2, just give me 1.
Oh, I'm gonna die. And
I carry 2, just 1. Oh.
Joe in the chat says she's working on sobriety. So they kind of swing in, and you definitely have these guys sort of kind of cornered and kind of rounded up. The Rocher Hanset, the messed up Barblish,
Captain Floppy Arm.
Captain Floppy Arm, sort of like makes a weird move to try and do something. But Zahida, you're still like right up on his business, right?
Yeah, can I stab him?
You just want to stab him? Just put him right out?
I mean, he doesn't seem in enough of a right mind to question him, so it's probably just better to check out his body once he's dead.
Great.
Which I'm happy to provide.
So you do that. Yeah, you stab him right in the face, and his last 1 point of HP goes away.
Perfect.
Mathos has just displayed in the chat that his smoke bombs say can only carry 1 at a time. Must get reloads from Iridia.
Iridia just has a big backpack full of fucking smoke bombs that every once in a while she just has to hand them over.
Finally useful.
Oh no. Yeah. So what do you guys? Does anybody have anything they're sort of looking to do in the kind of cleanup here? Because this is what this is.
Perfect. So none of these guys are getting away.
No. I mean,
okay.
Like I said, sort of some of them are running for the gate, but the gate's still closed, and
Kinna and Gentish are going for him.
Yeah, they're dealing with them.
Okay.
I think we need at least one of them alive.
Okay. I mean,
well,
are you guys
it has to be one of the plebs because that's the only one left.
Are you guys killing the rest of them, or?
And I'm saying that basically to Fwit and Zahida because I know and Orn actually too.
Orn's still raging out here. Yeah,
Orn's not here. Okay, I grab one by the collar and I sit on him.
Perfect. Thank you.
I tie him up and I just fucking sit there.
Yeah, Orn, are you killing any of the rest of them that are in range of you right now?
Orn has left the building.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hulk smash.
I left, like at all. So like I'm lost right now. I feel like Joe.
Yeah, I think over towards the gate, when there's like 2 or 3 that have ran over that direction, one tries to like run for another alley somewhere, and like Kinna gets around and grabs, or gets a whip by on his arm or something, to pull them back. And Kinna and the bridge, his Tilbarash, sort of run in and hack down the couple that are at the gate. I think have we seen Kinna fighting Ebon Armada people yet?
No.
This, I think, for any of you, is a decent amount more kind of violent than you would think of him as being. There's yeah.
Well, they're pretty much everybody's arch nemesis now. Also.
And also that.
But clearly it's personal.
And then, so is anybody? Here's another thing. So the raging Orn is also right over top of the body of Lelish right now.
I'm still in control.
Okay, in control enough.
Are you?
I'm in control enough. I'm not frenzied, so.
That's
I
true.
won't-
You are not frenzied yet. That is very
I
true.
won't be. Yeah, I mean.
Seems
I'm
like
still
someone
in
who's
control.
raging because someone was holding a hostage wouldn't then kill the hostage.
I
Correct.
mean,
Unless I was frenzied.
unless
Then
you are frenzied, then who knows what'll happen.
Then we all die.
Yeah. Then you all die. That is right. So.
I'm sure you guys could kill me.
Can I go look at Floppy Arm's arm?
Yeah, absolutely.
So combat's ended.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's no such thing as like combat in this. It's all one flow. Welcome to Dungeon World.
Hang on a second, Dan. Okay, hang on. Let me ask you this then. Are all enemies slain or scattered?
Yes, all the enemies are slain or scattered right now.
Okay, thank you. Smart with me. I'm good now. Back to my normal self.
He just literally just clears his throat and kind of looks around.
Hey guys.
It's fine. I didn't explode that guy.
I think Orn's very he's just kind of cleaning his shield already.
Are you doing anything with Lelish, who's right beneath you?
I am.
Okay.
I'm rushing up to give medical aid.
Great.
I'm standing there.
Cool.
Dr. Brack.
Dr. Brack.
I am the doctor.
Getting right to
Indeed.
business. So who has Zahida has the one left alive?
Yes.
What so you're just kind of binding them up and whatever?
Yeah, pretty much.
Great.
I say to whoever, or whatever whatever you decide the prisoner looks like and is, but I say, you will not speak unless spoken to.
Yeah, they are definitely sufficiently cowed, especially having seen Orn be terrifying and everything that's gone on, and you guys just sort of wreck all these people. What was the other thing I was going to say? So Rickless comes in. I think he was of the persuasion of trying to keep prisoners, and watches these other people in this just sort of killing the rest of the people here, basically. And is maybe not the most pleased about that. But he comes in to use Zahida, and says, what is your intention with this one?
We need information.
Would you we can hold him, of course, if you need him held somewhere.
No, we got a place.
Look, yeah, I was gonna say I look at Mathos. I said, wait, which place?
I mean, we have a giant boat.
Right, that anybody could
Probably
get on
has a
and get lost on and run away
brig
to.
in
and...
it.
I mean, who knows?
That we haven't found
Are
yet.
you saying that you're discovering a brig on the ship?
I don't know, but we could definitely use somebody to be our head jailer, Rickless. Security guy, hey, we're gonna pay you. All the information you could ever want out of this guy. When you're watching him 24/7.
He says, "Look, you've said this before. What is it you're offering me here? You're
a job?
You're asking me to leave my post? You're asking me to desert?"
No. You're being reassigned.
By whose authority?
Mine.
He's an admiral.
I think we've already established that I have more power than you here.
I don't like this conversation.
He sort of looks back at you wearily, and you see the adrenaline of the fight kind of wear back off of him, and you see the sort of the exhaustion in his eyes again, and he kind of like sits down on a piece of rubble or whatever.
This is your chance, Scott. Kiss him.
Not that type of relationship.
What exactly are you asking me for?
Rickless, who is your superior? Who do you work for?
I work for
Who does number 2 work for?
I work for the guard.
And who does the guard work for?
The guard works for the equerry. For the
And
people.
who does the equerry work for?
The communer. Obviously. Why are you asking me this?
Who does the communer work for?
The people of New Water Nest. Look, I could go up the chain of command. This is a useless conversation.
It's not. The people of New Water's Nest need protection. We are protecting them. You are still doing the same job, only more effectively and getting more reward for it.
He takes a second to look around at the square and he says, "You're protecting this place?"
What would have happened if we were not here?
From wherever Brack is, he shouts, "We literally did none of this!
Yeah.
I take no responsibility!"
He puts his face in his hands and sort of like lets out a really deep sigh, and he's like, "Look, maybe you're right. There are things working here beyond anything that I can understand. There's this." He motions over to the corrupted Barblish thing. This insane magic. There's apparently a horde on our doorstep with who knows what leading them. I don't know what this world is anymore.
Neither do we. We just got here.
He looks at you and says, "You what?"
No, that's a joke. He didn't mean that. Anyways,
Hang on a minute. Time out from the game.
Uh-huh.
He legitimately doesn't know we're not from here?
we haven't told anybody, but Cantelastral.
Who knows? Kinnan.
And
Kinnan knows.
Well, and Lelish.
Lelish knows. And Sifwesi.
Right, but I was under the impression that he sort of kind of worked for Lelish since he was the one that tried to stop me getting to her in the first place and failed.
No. I think that's a kind of a thing that, like, works for is a very loose. I mean, that's like someone in the.
I mean,
someone in the army works
Yeah.
for a senator. You know, like it's. It's not. That's not like a direct.
I saw it more as like a Secret Service type job where they were.
I mean,
protecting
they're
senators.
They're town guard.
They do everything.
No, but I mean, even it's like that's not information that Lelish is throwing around.
Not to beat cops.
But yeah, and then the only other is Iridia, who drunkenly told Quintellistral as well.
Who we know is gonna. He's
Why
keeping
we don't
that
trust
close to
her.
the vest because he's gonna. I don't know. He's gonna milk that for all
extort
it's
us
worth
for
or
it.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, totally joking.
Great. He says, "Look, right now, I need a bed and probably a drink.
Plenty of that.
But I will take it into consideration."
Thank you.
Meantime,
Too
there's
long, we gotta
obviously
go.
Armada. There's obviously Armada, just entrenched in this city. I think maybe Mathos might be right. We should take him. Our prisoner, and I kind of kick him a little bit.
Great. So I'm content to kind of wrap that up basically.
How's Lelish?
Yeah, I mean, so you're with Lelish as little scene here. So that's you. Are Orin? Are you with kind of Lelish here as well?
Yes, I am.
I mean, I guess she doesn't really know you particularly well, but she, yeah. So Brack, you come over, tend to her, and yeah, she is, like I said, sort of very very weak and kind of beat up and whatever. But she says, thank you. I wasn't sure how this was going to end.
We weren't sure either.
Yeah, I think that's probably what Brack says too. It's just like, we weren't sure how it was going to end either, but we weren't going to let them take you.
Thank you. And then, as you're sort of tending to her, she is sort of gaining herself back a little bit, and you see her kind of try to, sit up straight, with some effort, but she's, she is older, like elderly, basically, if you remember, and but she's, kind of trying to straighten herself back up. And she says, well, now if that's sorted, I have some things to report to the communer.
I want to specifically make sure that she doesn't have one of those weird quills on her anywhere.
She does not.
Okay.
Is that how are you checking that?
I think I'm giving her like the full, once over as a doctor.
Yeah,
like I'm giving her.
I think in the process of that, she's sort of like is
A
trying
TSA
to
pat down.
she eventually tries to kind of shoo you off in a way, and sort of weakly stands back up. I'm trying to think of the word she would use, and can't think of what it is. It's late. But basically, it's I am not a babe to be coddled. I am fine. Thank you. And then sort of takes a moment to kind of look look around, and the straightness in her back kind of sinks back down a little bit for half a moment, but she looks around and then back to you guys, and she clears her throat and says, perhaps an escort might be in order.
Yeah, I think maybe we might need to get Fawit some medical attention as well.
Yeah, probably. Fawit's not looking good.
I would say this would be a good time to split the party again and send our healthy people with her. And
yeah, I think like Iridia and Gentis Gentish and Kinna and all them sort of help you and Fawit, and I guess Zahida's pretty beat up too, right?
Yep.
Sort of help you guys onto the boat. Gentis Gentish is like, come on, we'll take you back. So I guess Mathos. So you're going with them, Brack?
yeah, are we all getting on the Shadows of Eminence?
Are some of you gonna help take Lelish back?
Oh, I thought that's what we were doing.
Oh no, she was gonna. Because there's not really a way to fly a ship into the palace. They were gonna take you back over to your ship. Was the intention there? Sorry.
Well, I'm gonna go with the hurt people.
Okay. Great. So was so I guess
Who's going?
Mathos and Orn, are you guys left over? Are you because yeah, I mean, I guess this isn't really like super important. I'm just like looking for the fiction of what's going on here. But Rickless would be taking the couple guards that they've got left and going to help Lelish back. But if anybody fictionally wants to go with them, that would be.
I'm hurt.
Yeah, you're hurt. Okay.
Won't be doing that.
I lost 3 HP.
So Scott and AJ, you guys gonna go with Lelish?
Yeah. So
I was gonna take the prisoner back, but sure, I don't care.
I still have 28 health, so I'm good.
yeah. So I mean, are you guys going to go back on the shadows, back to the horizons, or like I said, this is really kind of semantics, but it's not. I'm not going to use this.
That was my plan. Yes, it was to go with whoever was taking the prisoner back to Horizons.
Okay. Or did you have a thought?
I mean, what's going on with the other people?
So
They're just escorting her.
Yeah, they're gonna escort Lelish back to the palace.
I'm gonna go with them.
Okay, great. So just Orn is going with Rickless and the couple remaining guards and sort of helping people back. Great, and the rest of you get on the shadows and then fly back over to the horizons. And that's yeah. I mean, we'll stop there. Should we? Is there anything else anyone wants to wrap up here?
Is there any resolution to me looking at the?
Oh, right. Sorry.
Arm.
That was a thing that happened. What are you looking for anything specific?
I mainly want to look at like why there's a quill embedded in its arm and if that quill's dead or what that is, because I think you made yourself the worst person of our last game, even with all the stuff I did.
I made myself the worst?
Yeah.
Oh, what did I do?
Destroyed a beautiful thing that he created.
I did. The last thing I did was create a beautiful quill sanctuary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's quill there. There's lots of quill in the world. Probably. Who knows? Yeah. So I think if you're taking the time to look at it while all the rest of this is going on, I think uh, as the Barblish has like sort of died, I think you actually at a point see the quill like kind of separate and fall off, and like shrivel up. So there was definitely something. I think if you're examining the quill closely, actually, you know what? Let's do give me a discern realities. This should be a roll. What is your? That's a 7. What's your one question?
What will I learn more from? What happened here recently? What here is not what it appears to be.
What's useful or valuable?
I guess, yeah, what here is useful or valuable to me.
Okay. So the thing that you can see that it is that is not valuable is this like husk of a quill. It has been spent basically.
Oh.
And I think the useful thing here is to find the bit of information that tells you that something was done to this quill, basically. You know, that you can even through its like charred, shriveled sort of mess or whatever, that there are, you know, as if it's somehow been like operated on or like partially dissected or you know, uh, you know, that someone did this to this quill.
Okay.
That's not like a natural thing.
Okay.
And I think the other thing you can see when it like when it separates from the body of the Barblish, is that the crazy like corruption and stuff on the body like starts to slowly recede. So yeah, it was something that was, you know, kind of attached to the body and then, you know, did its thing.
Okay. So it's like a parasitic quill. Kinda.
Something along those lines, yeah. Okay.
Can't wait to encounter more of those.
So anybody have anything else? Any little scenes or anything as we're flying back on the ship or as you're escorting people back? If not, so that's fine. I was just asking. Please about anything. No? Okay. All right, let's do end of session stuff. So let's go through bonds. Start and go down the list here. So Zeta.
Let's see here. No, I didn't really. No, I didn't use any of my bonds or change any of them, I don't think.
Okay. All right, Brack.
I don't think this session. No, I might break my bond with Iridia next session, and I feel like Brack is developing one with Orn. Based on our chemistry in that fight, and just him knowing to rush
I mean,
when
if you want to do that, you can do that. You can like replace the Iridia one with Orn, basically. I mean, because there was some stuff that I could see in that fight that did some things.
I won't do it this
okay, great.
session though.
Fawit?
Because I have one with Zahida, and I specifically went over to like help her, kind of protect her, sort of thing.
Oh yeah,
So I wouldn't say anything was like resolved in that, but I let Fawit's actions actually be directed by one of her bonds. So.
Oh, okay.
I think you even used two of your bonds this time, didn't you? Or somebody used a bond this session. I can't remember who it was, but.
Mathos.
Yeah. Oh, yep.
So you don't think any of that like developed further or anything?
I can't really say that it developed further. I just finally I let a bond direct my actions. So.
Yeah, well, that's cool. Okay, Mathos.
I don't know if it'd be considered resolved, but at one point, Whit helped me bury a guy that in the cave place, and I felt like I owed her a debt for that. And I think by helping her in the fight with the guy that was going to kill her, may have resolved it.
I could see that.
Oh, help me! Oh, and that was the mushroom man, right? In the
yeah, the guy that I talked into just laying down and dying instead of fighting us.
Yeah. So you said help me bury that guy. Owe her for that. So you're saying that you don't owe her anything anymore?
Yeah, I think that debt is clear.
Yeah. That is cool with me. So I would write that that you've cleared your feeling of debt with her, basically, and then however that affects how you feel about her. So take an XP for that. And Orn.
How many bonds can you have?
4 is the standard.
All right, I'm just gonna make a new one with Brack.
Great. What is that?
For the stuff. Today, what Chris was talking about.
Okay. What are the feelings that you have there? What is that?
What are my feelings?
Yeah, I mean that's what this is.
I mean, they're not really. The feeling is more just like I don't know. Part of it's just like this feels like the person I should be protecting.
Okay. Like the most out of everybody?
Yes, because
I dumbed a bunch in the early game.
No, I mean, like, I don't know how to make this seem like you're not wearing like very heavy armor. You're not a type of person that's like going into battle taking a lot of hits. But you seem to be causing a lot of attention to yourself, so I feel like I should be defending you. Or Orn feels that way.
Okay. So it's about the fact that so it's not a thing where you feel like you have to protect him because he can't protect himself. Not like that he's, weak and useless or something. It's that you see that he is like doing his job well in a way that's attracting attention, kind of a thing.
Sure. Yeah.
He's capable, but he won't be capable dead.
I mean, it's a little of both.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, something along those lines. Think of how you want to word that.
Orin feels like he needs to protect the squishies.
Well, yeah, I don't know how to make that. Is literally what it is, but how do you put that in game or in game?
Well, it's like it's what I think the important part is kind of like you're saying, sort of why you feel that way and sort of what you're kind of intending to do about it, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so then so we got alignment. Zahida.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Does Lelich count and the guards and?
Yeah, because you rushed in. For the.
And when Fawit was up in the air, unfortunately.
Yeah, I will buy that. Take an XP for that.
Okay. Should I just go ahead and move it to? Should I just put in level 5 and just move it to 1?
You can do whatever you want. Yeah,
Okay.
however is easier for you to just make sure you're
Okay.
keeping track of it. Brack.
Yeah, I kind of feel like
refused
to give up despite rejection or disaster. When he chose to make the shot to try to protect Lelish, even though it might have meant.
Yes.
Yeah,
I like that a lot. That you were that was like kind of stone cold. Because that could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
We got so lucky with those rolls.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will definitely buy that. Fawit?
Deny mercy. Yeah, I mean, everybody I started to kill, I killed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with that is, like, I think just killing people in a fight is one thing.
Yeah.
But there wasn't like a specific moment where I think it was, I don't know, I don't want to say it wasn't meaningful, because like killing people in a fight is not meaningful. But yeah, I'm inclined to say probably not, but if you feel strongly otherwise.
I mean, I don't really know for that, like, because the chain of events didn't happen in a way that would allow me to have essentially done what Brack did, which was fully what I was planning to do, especially with trying to make myself faster. Just, I was going to kill the Barblish, but that's not how it worked out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm fine not marking it.
Okay. Mathos. Use trickery to help people when the law cannot.
I did use trickery to help people. And the law was probably physically unable to do it by themselves.
Because they were dead.
What, are you thinking of something specific? Specific there?
Either murdering the guy with the smoke bomb trick or coming in out of nowhere and distracting the guy so he died.
Yeah. The when the law cannot part always like trips me up on this. Because if it's just like using trickery to help people, like that happens, that I don't know. Does anybody else have thoughts on this?
I mean, if you read it literally, I think it works.
I think it all comes down to Scott's intention when he wrote it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that. I mean,
Since you didn't give him the smoke bomb.
Since I didn't give this, I feel bad. It's yeah, go ahead and take that. And then Orin, endanger yourself to protect someone weaker than you.
Yeah, did that a bunch.
Did that a bunch.
He did in fact do that a bunch.
Did
Like
that.
I like there's no other like I do it every time I protect some like I feel like I'm stronger than everybody, so like pretty easy to get it.
Okay. Once spawns have been updated, look at your alignment, did that, blah, blah, blah. Then answer these 3 questions as a group. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
There are corrupted quill out there. That's
are.
new.
That is
Yeah.
new. Great.
Seems important.
It does seem important, doesn't it? Go ahead and everybody mark an XP for that. Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
I think like 2 or 3 of them.
Yep, yep.
I'd
buy
say
that.
2. Do we get
Oh,
2 XP for that?
No, you just get 1.
How did it what when do you level up? What is it? It's
Your level
7
plus
plus
7.
your XP.
7 plus your level, yeah.
Yeah.
4 what's 4 plus
11.
so I only needed 11 XP to get to 5?
Yeah, so when
Nice.
you
How
get
much do you have?
when you get 11 or more, you subtract the amount that you need to level up. So like if you need 11 to level up and you have 13, you subtract 11 and then you level up and you still have 2 left over. That you keep. So take an XP for the notable monster or enemy. Did we loot a memorable treasure? No, not really. All right.
I mean, I got some arrows at the beginning. Does that
We
count?
made
Oh, that's
some
so
memories
memorable.
that we got along the way.
The friends that you made along the way.
That's right.
Great. Okay, does anybody have anything else? I think that'll do it.
So us going back to the horizon, that's essentially us making camp, right?
Yeah.
So we all get healed, all that stuff.
Yes. Yeah, there's plenty of time. So, so going on from here, I think what we will do is a couple things. So I think the next, so I think we're gonna split up and do some little like kind of mini things. So we'll probably have a party of 3 and a party of 2 to split off and do little like mini quest things. I have to figure out exactly what all that looks like. But basically the idea being that you're here, you've sort of settled the most of that part of the tension that was going on in New Water Nest. And then, we'll talk about sort of what's going on with the Gale Walkers and stuff and the cartographer over there. But there's a little bit of a kind of a lull here. So we'll sort of do some of this kind of side questy stuff. If anybody has any things that they would like to explore, this would be a great opportunity for that kind of stuff. So you can let me know if there are things like that you're interested in. And then the next sort of big full session we have, I would actually like to do. I think I want to do a game in a system called Follow, and we're going to do a game playing all together, including myself, as your alternate reality versions of yourself, the anchored back in the towers. And we're going to play a game sort of basically determining what them kind of setting up shop there looks like and how that goes. I guess if that sounds like something that is interesting to everybody. But we would be basically playing as a bunch of the different versions of yourselves in that group. It's not just like a single character per person game. In Follow, basically everybody has like a major character and a minor character. So we'll be more kind of dealing with the kind of the bigger group as a whole. Yeah, because we had the last time you guys were there in the towers, we were talking about how to let them basically get kind of set up there. So that's what I think would be a cool thing to do, rather than just having be like, yeah, here's the thing that happens in the background. I don't know. Do people think that sounds like cool too, or? Great.
I'm always down for more D&D.
Cool.
As the person who helped you come up with that idea, I think it's dumb.
Oh yes. Yeah, we had a good long talk that one night. It was great. Cool. So that's what's kind of coming up next. We'll get all that figured out and scheduled. And for anybody who's here watching the stream, thanks for tuning in. I hope you all enjoy this, and we'll I guess let you know when this is happening next. So we'll be streaming these little side questy things, and also our other game. Like I mentioned in the post, I hopefully will be able to get a site or something up. I was looking at doing something in World Anvil, just to get some of the background information. We have it here in our game, sort of talking about some of the factions and some of the other characters and races and all that kind of stuff that we've sort of been dealing with a little bit in this game so far. But obviously, since this is the first episode anybody watching this has seen, don't know any of that. So I'm looking to get some of that information set up somewhere, so if anybody wants to check in on anything, we can do that. Yeah, and then we'll post this to YouTube or something, and it'll be great. So thanks, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll hope to see you all again soon. Okay, bye!